Okay, folks, good morning. Back to our regular scheduled time. Actually, a little bit later than regular scheduled. I had to go find some stuff this morning because there's something that I need to do before I get to do what I need to do. You get all that? All right, let's put some stuff away. Field drab and Iraqi sand stay out here. We're gonna put the black out here. This color. And you know what? This probably needs to stay out. These two. And let's leave the white handy. That can go away. That can go away. This can go away. Alright, what else we got? We got some brushes that we've been using. Oh, we're already dropping things on the ground. Well, I'm not going to bend over today. It's not a Monday. No bending overs for free on Sunday. Oh, shit. So we got to do something that before we need to get into this because it's going to roll into the next thing that we're going to do. And that is, I want some spare track for these Mark IIIs. Mark IIIs? That's weird. I never call them Mark IIIs. Next thing I'm going to call them Mark III Specials. I'm reading out of an old Ballantine book from the 1970s. Maybe they're from the 60s. I don't even have any of those. I remember going to the library. Oh, they got full color plates of World War II tanks. I don't care if they're the wrong colors. I'm stupid and I don't know yet. I don't know about it yet. All right. Why is this over here? Yeah, so in case you guys didn't see, yesterday we finished up this M15 half track. It's all finished except I haven't sealed it. Okay, so, and we don't have it on a base yet. So for those of you guys that enjoy these vehicles not on a base, here you go. Enjoy it because it's going to be on a base. Consistency. Even though these 3D prints don't need to be on bases. They are very, very good material. Very hardy material. So we're going to get our Okonowashi, Hanawashi, or whatever that stuff's called. And I can never remember what it is. And we're going to make us a mold. If I can get this stuff out from in front of me. This stuff right here. And we're gonna make some molds of some Panzer III tracks so we can make them out of green stuff, and we'll be good to go. All right, I'm gonna cut these out. So I think 2 should be enough. We're gonna use 1 for the big ones. We just cut this stuff out. If you've seen me use this stuff before, this stuff is really cool. And Hino de Washi. Yes, Hino de Washi. HINODEWASHI. So I bought it off of on eBay. And it's a reusable. Reusable is the secret word. That's what makes this stuff unique. So I'm going to cut this in half. About half. Let's make it big enough for this thing to fit in. Even though I haven't reused any of them. I've kept them the molds that I need them. So let's do 2 of those. We need a big one for this one. Let's cut out the pieces that we're going to need to make. No, we're not going to use these crappy clippers. Well, that's either Jeffrey or Marcus. One of these. Jeffrey, have you thought of molding an extra 50 cal? I don't think I can do it because you have to have, using this method, you have to have one side that has no detail on it. And I guess that would be the bottom, but no. No, I was disappointed to find out that the Plastic Soldier Company one only comes with 150. So what I'm going to do is and that's the first thing that we're going to get to when we're done with these molds, is we're going to make a mount for the 50, and we're going to wife swap them. We're going to make them so I can switch them out from the other vehicles. All the extra Plastic Soldier, and I'm not ripping on Plastic Soldier Company. I love Plastic Soldier Company. They're not perfect, I think that they're better than most. But you have all these extra parts. I got so many extra parts from my Stewarts, tons. But I don't have any extra 50 cals. Like, that's what I want, Or the set where you can just buy them like you can with the German equipment. Not that I bought those, because those are really expensive. They want like a lot of money for those extra parts. Otherwise, I get some Czech 38 extra pieces and put road wheels and stuff on them. All right, let's put that away. All right, what do we have here? We need a big one for that one's not going to, it might fit in there. And then this one's also a big one. Now, I have a feeling, I pre-measured this. This is the one that actually has the little brace on it to keep the tracks from falling off. And I think it's just a little bit too big for the Altaia Panzer III. Panzer IIIs. Let's grab an Altaia Panzer III and see if it fits on here. And I think it's going to be too big. Well, it fits on there, but the brace doesn't go all the way across. It falls just short when you see those. So, I don't know if this is that useful. I'm going to make one just because I got some other Panzer IIIs I can add this to. But the 50 cal, you need one side that faces, it's not going to have any detail. And that potentially could be the bottom of it. But the problem with it is that the gun sits in the middle of the form. So if I make this side that doesn't have any, you're not going to be able to do this one because it would be underneath that one leg. It's not worth it, At some point you're like, fuck it, I'll just buy another set of them and throw the other ones away. That's like when working on these 3D printed things. If the lines bother you too much, just don't buy them, because the work that you're going to have to put in to clean them up is prohibitive. Now, I'm actually okay with them. It doesn't really bother me. And there's lots of things about them that are big pluses. And we're talking about Miniatures Tanks Company. The material is incredible. It's so incredible that it's very hard to clean up. So maybe if it was a little bit less incredible, I could scrape some of the lines off. And it's only in certain places. So I'm just like, I'm good with it, But, I mean, these are the most resilient Jeeps I've ever seen in my entire life. They're the opposite end of the Fujimis and the Eshis. They're just like, achoo, and it falls apart, So, all right, we got some different lengths of track here. I said, I don't know if I even should make a model, because I can just take a little piece of sprue, a little piece of plasticard, I think is what it's called, and make that. I don't know if I should even make, well, I will. All right, and these, of course, will be face down. Hino de washi-washi, as I like to call it. I think we can get 2 out of here. Let's cut this in half, and then we're going to boil some water. I'm waiting for somebody to come on. You can't make molds. That's a copyright restriction. I am if I'm going to fucking sell it. That's not cool. But I bought the thing. All right, I'll be right back. that person that said, you can't base your figures on pennies. That's a federal offense. Go fly a kite up your ass, man. I bought the penny with my own money, and it's not going back into circulation. You can't modify fucking money. You can't like take a penny and turn it into 10 cents and then try to pass it off. Yeah, that's not cool. Fucking Karens. I don't know what we got on here. But this is the one we're planning on fucking destroying this thing. And being okay with it. I'll medicate later to be able to deal with that. But this is actually one of the reasons I got this is to do what I'm about to do. Is to basically roll the green stuff and stuff on there. And I'm gonna get a cup that has cold water. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm sure I'll screw this up somehow. But hey, it'll be something else I'll be good at fixing. That's fine. We didn't need 2 minutes. A minute and a half's fine. Hino de washi washi. Good morning, Ben. Ben, you need a profile picture, man. You've been on here too long. If you don't have one, I can send you one. Doesn't have to be your face. I'll send you one with some uppity sergeant with like a big mustache or something like that. Some guys. Some guy goes with Waddington. I was about to say forceps. I'm like, oh, this is not that kind of a show. Nope. This one's not very useful. Here we go. This is the one that we like to use. All right. Although it might not be big enough. It might not open up. Where's the one that I'm... You know, I have this container where these things fit in. The problem is it's too deep. And they fall to the back. Does this one work better? No, not really. Okay. Yow! I could put things really hot in my mouth, but not things... You ever feel like you're in your own way? All the fucking time. All right. Let's put them all. They're going to mold together. After they mold together, we'll go to plan B. So we'll put these in here. We'll drop them in cold water. Pull the stuff out. Make green stuff, which is a really unsatisfying experience. Have you seen that old comic of Old Sarge and his Jeep? I have not. You're not talking about Ernie, right? With his show. Ho! Now this worked really well when I did it last time. Let's do the two long ones first. And this material is reusable. I have not reused any of it. That's fine. If it's a little bit bigger, it's a little bit bigger. Now these almost melted too much. Stuff is slippery like a fish. So I was looking through my American figures yesterday from Combat Miniatures, and I have two figures, two Americans that are broken. I have some Japanese that are broken too, but I have two Americans that are broken. One's a BAR gunner, and the tip of the gun's broke off, and broken off. Don't judge me by the things that come out of my mouth here. I know how to speak proper English. I know how to write proper English. Good Lord, drink. Oh, don't drink that. Drink. And they both, the stuff is so those same combat miniatures are sold by somebody in the United States. For the love of Jesus, actually something I want that's made in the United States. It's hard to believe. Well, these 3D prints are made in the U.S. But they sell them in packs, and both of them are in the same pack. So I'm probably going to be ordering that. The reason they broke is because some of the molds are just they're that old, and they're made with some of the less pewter, or maybe they have no pewter in them at all, so they're more bendy, and just from reusing them they broke off. So I'm going to go through, and I don't want to just order one pack of something. I may order I think I got some Japanese also that have some rifles broken. Why am I going to get Japanese? I don't know. Maybe I'm going to pay Japanese sometime in the future. I got some Japanese tanks. I got a Japanese paint set. Got a Japanese paint set for that. I'll send you a pic of the Warlord model for it. You'll get a kick out of it. Okay? Warlord stuff, I don't do Flames of War. I don't do any 28mm stuff. But there's some of those websites that are really professionally done. Warlord's one of them, meaning that they have really good inspirational things that people made that motivate others. So the Warlord stuff they have on there, is painted I think pretty well, if I remember correctly, and that's good because I don't do that stuff. But if I did do 28s, I wouldn't play any of their games because they're just too generic for me. But I could play what I do now with 28s. The problem is I've got to make the board a lot bigger. And I'd get less of them painted. So, all right, so here is the molds for these things, and I hope that one's deep enough. All right, we're going to peel these things off. This is not an exact science, and we'll use these. Now, normally I would make another mold, but I think I'm actually out at this point. I don't want to destroy the molds that I have for like my Panther tracks, the King Tiger tracks, that kind of stuff. So we're going to dry these off. We're not going to put a release agent or none of that. I can only be so anal retentive. This is probably the shallowest one, which will end up being deep enough. It's also the one I did first. Okay, that one's gonna have some extra. So we're gonna make up some green stuff, and I'm really bad about trying to figure out how much green stuff to use. I'm gonna use this new material that we got plenty of water here, right? Good, because we're gonna need to mix it on. We're gonna have to put water on here to keep it from sticking to this. This is actually one of the reasons I got this, is because it doesn't work really well on the cardboard. It picks up some of that cardboard or chipboard. I went to the store yesterday and I saw they have these big sheets. I'm not ready to start buying any yet. I've still got enough supply, but chipboard is what they call this stuff. Now, I bought this stuff off of eBay and I'm not very happy with it because it stinks. And I don't remember who the hell makes it anymore, but it's this generic one and it's stinky. So we're gonna cut off a couple pieces of that. Knead it together. I need to knead. Squish that in there and then we'll go about our daily day. Now, I don't know how long it's going to take for this to do its thing. Hopefully not more than a little bit. It's I don't know what the hell it smells like. It smells like epoxy putty. It doesn't smell like it doesn't smell like any of the other epoxy putty. It smells like fucking China. No, it doesn't smell like that either. All right, so we'll use an X-Acto knife. And let me get this off the business end. Yeah, this is... I have a feeling you could be off by like 20, 25% in your mixture and it's still cure fine. This wasn't like this, but let's go ahead and do that. This one's really hot. I'm going to move this one. If I spill it on the floor, I spill it on the floor, but don't spill it on me. Oh, okay. This has it's like a sausage. It has that thing, the casing. All right. I feel like some of you guys, when it comes to mixing paint colors, like with this stuff, this is not my thing. Painting colors, I can almost do it blind, even with the whistling part. All right, so we need this amount of material, and we need half of that amount of material. And I know there's going to be wastage. So let's just cut. It's probably going to be too much, but that's fine. It be what it is. Okay. And then we'll attempt, this is what I've been doing every time, put this little top. This stuff is only like $10. It's half of the price for twice as much material as the other stuff. The Army Painter. Lots of people make it. And I still have some of the other stuff. I just well, let's go ahead and use this while we're thinking about it. Saw a good movie last night. I know that's unusual. A lot of it is a pretty good movie last night. Went over to my mom and my brother. Hey, what do you want to watch? I don't know. Let's look through there. And I'm looking at, and I remember there was a movie that I'd heard pretty good things about it and saw part of it, and it's my kind of movie. And even though I wish a lot of these movies had, see if we can pick some of that off. People I didn't know. Sicario. I thought it was pretty good. I'm starting to enjoy the drug movies. As long as you don't promote drugs, you know. Well, it doesn't matter if you promote drugs. You're not gonna get me to buy any. Sorry, folks. I just run liquor and guns. Let's put this stuff away. I'm old school. I just run liquor and guns. I thought it was a pretty good movie. It was like a slow movie, but it wasn't that slow. My daughter would have actually liked that movie, I think. Okay. You guys seen that movie? Benicio del Toro is the Puerto Rican version of Mark Wahlberg. What? What? I'm convinced that Benicio del Toro doesn't speak Spanish, and I think they just have him. They just have him just say, and then they put the subtitles in Spanish. You know, whatever. Enunciate, motherfucker. I was watching. Who's the guy that's in? Who's the Mexican actor? He's not Mexican. He's Mexican American. Whatever. The Mexican actor that is in the Star Wars movie, the new Star Wars movie that everybody seems to like. The one where it finishes again. I'm talking about actors and movies, and I can't remember what it's called. The one where where it ends at the beginning of the New Hope. Everybody likes that movie, and I really did. I didn't like it when it was. I didn't like it in the movie theater, but I guess it's okay. Whatever that one's called, the Mexican actor it's in that, and I guess he's in Andor. He's the main actor in Andor. Something de la Vega, I believe, is what his name is. And I watched him Narcos Mexico. I couldn't understand a fucking thing he was saying in Spanish. And it's an enunciation thing. You know, like, dude, man, get the stuff out of your mouth. You know? Okay. We're going to knead this. And I do not like doing this. It's unpleasurable. Rogue One, yeah, Rogue One. The dude that's in Rogue One, he's in Narcos Mexico, and he plays one of the main characters, and he speaks in Spanish. I don't know what the hell he's saying because he just mumbles. He what? I can't understand people around here that mumble. Be proud of what you're saying, or shut up. I watch everything with subtitles. There's always some of that. It needs to be done though. There you go. This is actually really slippery now. You know, this one actually works okay. It's pretty. I'm just talking about a drug movie and my nose itches. What? I wouldn't know. Everything I know about drugs I've seen in the movies. That's it. Now, liquor, I found that out on my own. I'm getting really good at drinking and not getting in a condition where I can't drive. And I don't mean like I'm building up a resistance to it. I'm like, I'm really in tune with the more is not better. Was there a hard part in there? Sons of bitches, they're not even touching. Usually when there's two pieces together, there'll be like little bits. What up with that? Well, let's just keep going at it. Let's see if we can get that. But I went to, I didn't get home until about 10, and I was really worried about falling asleep on the way home. It's not that bad of a drive, but it does involve driving on the interstate for 10 minutes or 15 minutes or so. And I'd only gotten like 4 hours of sleep the night before for whatever reason. I really don't know why. If I remember correctly, this one's not truly green. It's a little bit more blue-green. And I know I probably had a little bit more blue than yellow, but this should cure just fine. So I did not have my usual 3 fingers of scotch or 4 fingers of scotch or whatever it is. So I didn't want it making me crash. Yeah, I thought that movie was actually pretty good. So the first thing I noticed, you fire firearms inside of a tunnel without ear protection, you're not going to be able to hear until the next World War. That's, that's devastating. It's bad enough without any hearing protection, but in a tunnel with echo, you're toast. Okay. I think that little piece worked its way out. Unless this is it right here. We'll deal with it when we get there. It's going to get painted over anyways. All right, we got to make a sausage. But that's why I got this thing. Probably should have gotten another color other than green. Who the hell's texted me with things? And the only reason I even have this... Oh! Ben's photo. Let's see what you sent. Let's see what you sent me. Oh, man, that's that's really well painted. Man, that fucker's got some hairy arms. He's got hairier arms than Robin Williams. It's John Goodman in World War II. The old John Goodman. What's up, Mark? Looks like things are going well. I subscribe and following your progress on... Yeah, I appreciate your commentary, man. We're all in this together. Yeah, I'm just doing a little sidetrack, and then we're going to get back to the 3D prints. I'm pretty happy with them. And... I may travel and go get some of that super glue, the green super glue. It's a shame. I went to Sam's and I got like a pack of like 6 of the old ones, but I'll get some of that green stuff because super glue is pretty stressful for me. I'm used to using epoxy and not being rushed. I'm used to using epoxy and which you have some working time with, and the weld cement. So, all right. So this is the stuff that I don't have a lot of experience with, so excuse me while I make mistakes. So we got our molds with the Hino de Washi. And let's do the little one first. And this material, the green stuff is a blessing to cut. I've not much of experience with it, other than I've made several things of tracks with them. Well, that's not supposed to happen. Let's try that again. Several things of tracks with them, and when I made them, they were too thick. So after it's cured, this material is super cool. I mean, you guys probably know because you've used it a lot, but I'm new to it. If you want to slice it, it slices like rubber. I mean, it's really really cool. I really like it. So I had some Shermans. I had some Firefly Shermans that I wanted to put the track that I had made copies of, and I wanted to go around a round turret, the round turret on the Sherman, and no problem with bending. It bends quite a bit without it snapping. So I think it's a really cool material. Now, I probably did not need to do that. But I don't come on here I'm not afraid of making mistakes. I don't edit my stuff. It's too much work, and I don't need to feel like I'm some kind of god that never makes mistakes. We all make mistakes. Hey, you get to see me fix them. Okay, we'll let that set. I don't know how long it's going to be, but we're going to let it sit 6 hours or something like that. We got other stuff to do that's not that. So the plan is we're going to do this. We're going to put the little round mount on the Hellcat, so we can switch the 50s in and out. We're going to finish the two Jeeps, and then we're going to go work on the guard shanty. I think that's what the plan's going to be. And then by that time, hopefully this will be cured. We can pop them out. We can paint them. We can put them on the die-cast Panzer IIIs, and we can finish up the Panzer IIIs. And at some point, my wife's going to come back. Damn it! No, it's fine. She's probably going to be tired of anytime my wife's not here, she's usually with other people. And she's like, I just want to be left alone. I'm like, okay, cool. She could be in here on the other side of the room. She doesn't keep me from doing anything. This hobby's not exactly very inappropriate, I can be myself, and no, we need more than that. And if I got to mix more of this stuff up, well, then I got to mix more of this stuff up. And there's always wastage on this. But I don't like this material, whatever it's called. It has a funny name. It works fine. It just it smells weird. I don't even know how to describe what it smells like. Squish it in there so you get the teeth, and then move on to the next one. And the coolest thing about this stuff is completely reusable. So I'm never doing another Panzer III. Put all these together, they'll blend back together. You can make another mold out of them. That's really the selling point. Think you'll like the Loctite once you try it. Enjoy your commentary as you build and paint. You're not alone when it comes to mistakes. Everything I've learned is from trial and error. There you go. And hopefully, you don't make the same mistake again. And the thing is that, you learn a lot from making mistakes. A bad day of modeling is better than a good day at work. Actually, it's not even close. You enjoy my commentary. Well, you must be old school, have some thicker skin than the people nowadays. Oh, man. What scale do you do things in, Mark? All over the place, or? I can't believe how many model kits you said you have in the garage. Like, I can't even count that high. That's 4 digits, my friend. There used to be a place, speaking of 1/35th scale models, used to be a place in Jacksonville, so about an hour and a half from us, called the Kit Bunker. And this was this guy who had basically he had like a garage. It was a big garage. It was, I got a pretty big garage. It's probably twice the size of my garage. And there was interior walls and stuff subdivided. And it was stacked from the floor to the roof completely with model kits. And at that time, I did 1/35th scale stuff. I went there a couple times. I picked up the Tamiya Mark III M model from him. That's all I remember. And I mean, he had everything stacked to the floor. I don't know whether he had bought out an old hobby store or his he had a fetish for. See, I fucked up, but we can at least see what the kit looks on it. It looks like the mold's pretty good. Yeah, I fucked up because it stuck to my fingers. I'm new to this. I blend colors and other stuff like this. Nobody's business, but this stuff I'm just new to it. And yeah, I don't know how long I found out about the place. Went there like a couple times, and then I don't know what happened to him. Whether he passed away or ran out of. I don't think he ran out of kits. There's a lot, but those places I love rummaging through things, but I really dislike getting, after you play, there's so much dust, and you got to go in with gloves or you like destroy your hands. I hate to sound like a metrosexual, but man, it freaking hurts, man. You're not used to like all that kind of. I'm not used to having all that dust on your freaking hands. And what's the store I went to? There was some place I went to recently that I was so impressed how dust free it was. And they had tons of stock. I don't know. It might have been the hobby store in Orlando. I actually found an actual hobby store in Orlando. You had train stuff. They didn't have anything in 1/72, so. But they did have some Woodland Scenics Talus that I think I'm going to go back for next time I'm in Orlando, which will be soon. Let's make sure it goes in those spots. And that will sit there. Kit Bunker. Yeah, that was a cool place. You're 63 years old. Oh, so you're just like everybody else, except Marcus and Jeffrey. You're about 10 years older than I am. You're exactly 10 years older than I am. Yeah. Well, I tell people I should be 10 years older than I am. What do you mean by that? I said, well, my sister, same mother, is 14 years older than me. And I had an older dad. My dad was born in 1925. He's not with us anymore, but I had an older dad, so, So yeah, most people I grew up. I was always the youngest. I was always the youngest war gamer. But the good news about not being 10 years older is I don't remember the weird stuff you guys wore in the 70s. And I wore too, but my mama dressed me in the 70s. All right. We're going to keep Sloppy out here. Yeah, that's what it says on here, Sloppy. My daughter's cup. We're going to use it for a clean cup. And let's get into the land of stuff that I'm familiar with. I'm going to wash up. Mark, I don't know how many of my videos you've seen, but this is, I'm going to take credit for this because other people have come up with it, but I didn't know about it until then. So this stuff you can use, and maybe other brands as well. I just happen to buy the bubbles jiggle. It's cool. Hey, you don't need to do drugs. Just look at one of these things. You can clean brushes and stuff with this stuff. It's amazing. Amazing. The rest is everything else I've learned from somebody else. I've either improved upon it or made it worse. All right, so we're going to the 3D print stuff. So we're going to get rid of this because we don't want this. We don't want things on this because I have a condition where I don't like my workspace looking messy. And let's get this thing. And I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy with the M15. And I don't know what material these guys use, but it is super resilient. Now the drawback is it's very difficult to sand and it's almost impossible to scrape to get some of those little lines, but I'm okay with it. You know, it also means that you've got these Jeeps that they could fall on the ground, they not fall to pieces. You know, they're not like the Eschi kits or you know, that are flimsy and stuff. You know, these are definitely not flimsy. So I will take the good with the bad. It's not that bad. But hopefully they start doing some, eventually they do the resin prints. Because everything I've wanted resin, you can't get in the United States. I've seen probably 4 or 5 printers that I've been really interested in using for 3D prints, and I'm doing 3D prints because the vehicles aren't available. Like if I wanted some M10s, okay, the M10s you could get the armor fast ones that are hit or miss whether or not they're available, and when they are available, they don't have any detail inside of the turret, so I don't want to spend multiple hours like putting all the little ammo racks and stuff like that. So there's a couple of printers that do offer M10s, but they're all in the UK, and their minimum shipping is like $20 or something like that. I'm like, I'm not going to order $200 worth of stuff to make the $20 like make sense. You know, there's another one's in France. It's even more. You know, it's like we need like some good resin printers here in the United States, man. And it's not because I don't want to buy things from other countries. It's just the shipping is just out of control. And it didn't used to be pre-pandemic. You know, I always ordered things from the UK, got better service than people from the United States, and the shipping was about the same. And sure, you had the exchange rate thing, but the exchange rate is what, an extra 25% at the most, 20%. It's not a big deal. So I'm used to buying things from the UK, but you know, after the pandemic, and Jeffrey knows the reason. He told me what the reason was for it. Something like the U.S. Postal Service decided to do something, in the UK responded in kind. I'm never going to side with the U.S. Postal Service, just so you know. 1/35th scale kits was a dream to build one of every World War II military vehicle, but that faded away. I do mostly 15 millimeters. Our group here plays Gale Force 9 tanks and the old AAMG game. Axis and Allies miniatures, right? Leisure suits. It's a plastic James purchases from a company in the U.S. who uses bamboo printers. Cool. Well, I'm never going to 3D print stuff. I have the wrong personality type for it. I took computer aided drafting the first time it was offered here at our local college in 1989. I was like, I finished up high school there, and literally it was a case of my dog ate my homework thing. So I don't hate technology, but I dislike that when things go sideways with technology, you have nothing to show for it. Like everything you have is like gone. You know, this doesn't disappear. I mean, unless somebody comes in and takes it, breaks into my house and takes it, there's something still left to work on. Like maybe it didn't turn out how I wanted to, but I can go back and fix it. You can't do that with things that are electronic, or I can't. So I find it very frustrating when you're working on something and poof, it's gone. So I don't mind painting slow, and I do paint slow, and I don't care. I'm enjoying it. So, all right. So let's grab our Squadron Signal book on the M18. So I've got, and I might as well put this together. I have a Plastic Soldier Company 50 caliber machine gun. This one's actually unbuilt, but I've got several built ones. And I want to make it so that I can slide this in and out as if I need this with a 50 caliber. Because they don't sell these like aftermarket. Oh, my favorite thing I get to do today. I get to use this stuff. Woohoo! Glue in the green bottle. So, we got to make sure we glue this on the right side, on the correct side. I believe it's on. shit. I may not have done that correct on all of them. Okay, let's not get sidetracked and put them. No, the box goes on the driver's side. Okay. Or all of these half tracks are all wrong. So I'm going to make a. So here's a Shermie that's finished from Plastic Soldier Company. We went to Hobby Lobby with our example, and I wanted to find some rod. I preferred not to get the aluminum one, because in cutting the aluminum one, I don't have special cutters for it, and I'm not going to buy them because, let's see, I'm 53 years old and I'm doing this for the first time, so I'm never going to get my money's worth out of it. So I figured the plastic one I can just cut out of with the X-Acto knife. Maybe I'm wrong, or a little saw. I don't know where my saw is. Again, it's something I don't use. So I test fitted this, and this fits in here just fine. It's a little loose, but the next one down is even more loose. So we're going to paint this anyway. So we're going to put a little sliver of this either inside or outside. I haven't decided where I'm going to do it. I got to do it on one side or the other. We'll epoxy it in, we'll paint it, and that way we can put the 50 in there when we need it for a scenario. All right, so where's my book on, my Squadron Signal book on the M18? I know it's not going to be 100% accurate, but I don't do IPMS. IDPA is something different. We don't do that either anymore. I don't have time for everything. Okay, it looks like it sits on the inside. So that's going to restrict the opening of somebody going in there, but it's unlikely that I'm going to put figures in there to begin with. And I'm kind of a fan of putting it on the back. I mean, it rotates all the way, but that gives you something to look at. So we don't need to put it that thick. I have a guy in California who resin prints 3D figures in 15 millimeter. I'm like you, I'd rather build than paint. Yeah, it's therapeutic. Looking at PSC 5mm half track, see if they have an extra 50. They only have one for both the M5 and M5A1 versions. They have 30 cals though. Yeah. Well, that's the one thing that you don't. I love World War II stuff, and I'm a World War II nut, and I feel like I'm constantly learning new things, and I feel like I know a lot. But there's wargaming, you learn stuff, and one of the things you learn from is, let's take a Sherman tank. And and not every Sherman tank had a 50 caliber AAMG. But let's say it does. Okay? So you've got, just like the German ones, you've got most vehicles, obviously there's exceptions. You have a hull machine gun, you got a coax, and you have the main armament. And some of the German machine guns have an MG 34, 42, whatever, in the AA position as well. So they're equal until you realize that, and not every American tank, but the American tanks that have a 50 cal. So now 50 cal, where does that help you with? A 50 cal helps you like to take out light vehicles. It helps you to, so you got some Germans that are in a wooden house, okay? Well, the 50 caliber can suppress them or even kill the guys because the fire that's going in there, that house doesn't protect you. Like the 50 cal goes through the wooden house. So, you're not really getting any cover from the 50 caliber machine gun. So it's a light cannon that the Germans don't have. They don't have anything like that. So that's pretty freaking handy. So if you take something like a Hellcat, and I'm thinking outside the box, this is stuff that maybe is obvious, but things that we don't think about all the time. This is primarily an armor piercing. The purpose of this is to kill other tanks, right? U.S. tanks for the most part, 75 millimeter Shermans. This guy's not finished, but they're basically infantry support most of the time. If they encounter a tank, well, they got to call for backup or take evasive action. But these guys basically were to take out German tanks, so they're primarily going to have armor-piercing ammunition. That and the HE shell wasn't as good, and I went into that a little bit a couple of sessions ago why that was the case. But so if you've got something like a 50 caliber and you've got like a truck you need to take out with that you would normally use HE, now you can take out that truck and not have to switch your main armament and put an HE shell in there to take out the truck. So it gives you some HE anti-personnel capability while still keeping armor-piercing chambered up. So that's pretty handy. And that's just not something that I sit around thinking about all day. But all right, now I'm going to. Boy, you could really go down a slippery slope here. This has a catch. I'm going to make it so the catch is the same height as this, and that should be good enough. And I don't know how deep to make this. I don't think we need it to make it super deep or too shallow. So let's just roll like this. Wow, that cut easy. And I don't like plastic figures. I like white metal figures, but I do like plastic vehicles because you can modify them easily. Now, I don't know how difficult it's going to be to drill into this, but if this has a prominent antenna on the actual vehicle, I'm going to drill out and put a prominent antenna on it. This shouldn't be difficult to drill. Anything's better than, there's different hardnesses of drilling. Die cast, forget it. I'm just like, you don't get an antenna, dude. It's not worth it. The scariest, most dangerous thing I've done in this hobby, and this tells you how much of a risk taker I am, is to take, this is a bad example, is to take these rivets and drill them out. Because having to hold this, even in a vise, to keep it from slipping, and my fingers are really close, I'm like, it's like playing Russian roulette. So I don't do that anymore. I'm like, yeah, I'd like to strip this, but this is good enough to go. I'm not going to do that. Die cast metal is so freaking hard. And then white metal is significantly less hard than white metal. And then, the resin, and the problem with the resin is the resin cracks. But I prefer plastic or whatever this stuff is. I haven't drilled into this thing, but I don't think this is going to crack. This has there's enough lubricative properties to this material that that it should be able to be fine. All right, so we've cut this out. That size is about right. And we're going to glue it to this. Let's see, I'd like for it to be, I'm going to put it, say, at the 4 o'clock position. And, God, I hate using super glue for this. Oh, I got even a better one than in the 4 o'clock position. There's a ledge on the inside here that this can sit on. So let me make this even smaller, and then I can have this sit on that position and catch that ledge for support as it's drying. And now I just made 2 of them. Let's see. Perfect. Now I'm willing to use super glue, because now it's got somewhere to support itself. But if you're dangling something in midair and it's round and the other thing, I want the gap filling properties of the epoxy. And I'm going to put this over here. Grab my other invention. It's not an invention at all, but it works for me. You got to find it first though. Which is here it is. Here's the little needle. If you use like a needle for epoxy and stuff, you can scrape it clean and reuse the same one. And it is a fine tip applicator. So we're going to come over here, because this is already painted to a degree. And I'm going to put it there. And then we're going to take the tweezers. And there's something satisfying about using tweezers on things. Or at least these tweezers. And we're going to glue that in its place just like that. And now it's supported on the bottom. There's something there. And that is gap filling super glue. And then we're going to forget this thing exists. We're going to move it over there. And then we're going to go to the Jeeps. Now we can go to the land that I'm comfortable with. You can drill into the plastic, but just take a little patience. Do it no problems. Hellcat was a shoot and scoot TD, yeah. Oh, I'm good with the decals. I appreciate it, though. That's another thing is, when I left modeling for 20 years, and I came back to put these water slide decals, and I'm like, I've got the kind of patience I didn't have 20 years ago for decals. I'm like, I love putting them on. I also like hand painting them. You know, I'm that kind of a sadist. All right, let's go ahead and let's assemble this 50. So as far as plastics go, I love Plastic Soldier Company's plastic. It's like pastels. It's very lubey. It scrapes off real well. Oh, we got a little thingamabob there to fill in. Did I put this where I'm supposed to put it? I did. Good boy. I'll put a little dot because there's a recess mark on there. And this one should be good. Use a wet brush to smooth this stuff out. Okay, and we'll let that dry after we put the 50 on. Perfect. That's one of these things I didn't think I was going to get much use out of. These little clamps, this little base, I've used it a lot. Like if I don't use it again, I got my money's worth. All right, I think we can put that away. Go back here with 150 other freaking vehicles. I got a lot of vehicles done last year. It's like, if your game uses so few vehicles, why do you have so many vehicles? Well, why do people build 1/35th scale models and never use them or anything other than sitting there collecting dust? Because they like to. Same thing. All right, this also needs to move out of the way. The more I look at that, the better it looks. All right, these Nazi tanks can wait. We're not ready for them yet. All right, one thing I wasn't particularly happy with was, oh, we got more of these. I can also clean this off, but I don't want to fool with that right now. I was rushing to get this thing done, so I didn't spend as much time as I'd like to on the seats. And there's seats here. And the seat color that I like is actually like this canvas. The half tracks, my US half tracks have that. die cast. And I'm really happy with that color. And I'm pretty sure that's a Vallejo. I'm pretty sure it's this one. Or something like that. So we're going to paint all of the little canvas things with that. All right, so let's get our usual suspects out here. Water. And I use a wet palette too, but I'm lazy for this. I don't think this is worthy of using a wet palette. If I'm doing faces or something like that, it is. And I operated without a wet palette for... Actually, I don't think it's that one. It's medium gray. God, these paints are old. Or maybe it was stone. I think it was stone. Doesn't really matter. They're all going to look about the same anyways. No, I don't have a paint stirrer. They're noisy. I do most of my hobbying when the lady of the house is asleep. We don't want to wake her up. Then hobbying ends. Nah, she just leaves me alone. It's like, hey, if she bothers me, I'm going to be in a bad mood. And she don't want me in a bad mood. Get a little bit of black. And where there's black, there must be white. All right. And this brush is about the right size. Oh, I'm out of beverage. I drink a lot. What can I say? I made a coffee this morning. And I still had that Starbucks from yesterday, which I just finished off. So let's grab the refrigerator. Because I don't drink warm coffee. As you guys know. Use a Vallejo Fusion. That's what I had used. And I mean, that's what's there, but it didn't work out too well for me. All right, so we got like this dark gray type mix. I don't think we need to go any darker than that. And then we'll do the little jeepy as well. Yeah, that's what's there, but it's too close to the color of... I looked at some pictures this morning. And we got lots of seats to do. So these will be dry by the time I come back and do them. That's what was happening is I was trying to do multiple steps, and I'm really used to throwing paint on top of paint, and it was blending on the thing too much, and I wasn't happy with it. Okay. And then we'll come over here to the, I'm going to change my mind. These seats are massive compared to those. Let's start with this. Now, I'm pretty sure there's a bench seat back there, plus the driver and passenger seat. Oh, this is the one I haven't glued that down yet. Because I wanted to weather it, and then I wanted to put the decal on without it. But the fit and finish on all these 3D prints was actually really good. Okay. And then we'll come over here. Oh, I made a mistake. Well, I'll have to fix it. I haven't weathered these Jeeps completely to my liking. And I like to do that before the seats. I don't like to put like the dust and stuff on the seats. It's just my style of painting. That's just kind of a looks like a graphic novel. I said it looks like a comic book, but that sends the wrong message. They're war games, so it's like a balance between realism and not realism. Okay, that looks pretty good. At least that's the base color. And then it'll end up turning into like this. So there's a bench seat back here. At least that's what it looks like. That's how we're going to paint it. Okay. And then we'll move to the other Jeep. Oh, we get to do headlights too. I love doing headlights. Once I figured out a method that I was happy with. Windshields, not there yet. I'll do them, but I don't love doing windshields. We're painting old schools. This is how I used to paint before I had a wet palette. I don't have anything against a wet palette. It just takes up a lot of real estate. Yeah, this is a great hobby, and I think one that's really inexpensive. Unless you're buying 1,400 kits. Wow! I mean, that's just. I've been there. Not 1,400. Well, what happened is when I was doing the 1/35th scale models, I was 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. And I'd get analysis paralysis. Like I'd start working on, say, something like the Tamiya 232 half track. And I'm a big Tamiya fan. I know that there's better stuff out there. You didn't need to do better than Tamiya as far as I was concerned. The stuff was robust, the instructions were clear. They even had comedy in the instructions. You had like a little Panzer guy that would say, cute little things, little cartoons in there. Big fan to me. They don't do 1/72nd scale stuff. But I'd be like building a half track, and I'd be like, well, am I going to make it for North Africa or am I going to make it for Russia? Well, I don't know. And then I would just go back and forth and like, well, am I going to make the wheels like they're turning in the diorama? So I would come up with all of these reasons or analysis paralysis for why I had to make a decision, and I was afraid of making the decision and having had made the wrong one. So I basically didn't do one and would move on to another kit. And that happened over and over again. So I probably got a total of maybe like 40 1/35th scale kits and probably finished 6 of them. The other ones were in different stages of finishing. And if I remember correctly. And I wish I would have kept pictures of them just so I could show you. See, this is how shitty I used to do things. And but the internet really has sped everything up because there's stuff that one person may not be aware of, and it's like one person in one area maybe does basing really well, and like you'd like to do it that way, but you don't know about them because they're all the way across the country. So the internet just allows us to share all our good ideas with other folks, and it also allows people to share bad ideas with other folks. But that's the bad part about the internet. I'm talking about the good for our hobby. The internet is wonderful. So, um, as I'll see something I really like, and I'm like, I gotta up my game, man. We gotta turn this thing up to 15. You know, which for me, I think is a good thing. I love doing this. What I'm doing right now. I'm like, this is like almost mindless. It's hard to explain to people. No, it isn't. It's just hard for people to understand exactly what's going on. Let's go a little bit higher than that. Let's go a little bit less black in there than that. There we go. Canvas seats. And you discover stuff along the way. You discover that flow aid. I would have never gotten that flow aid if I hadn't started airbrushing. And I still think I'm like borderline handicapped when it comes to airbrushing, but I just don't have 40 years of experience doing it. But I think every time I do it, I get a little bit better. Now, at least I got an airbrush that you tear apart real easy. If you get one that's just like punishes you for cleaning it, like you just don't clean it, and then you got a problem because you got a jam. So, but the only reason I even have an airbrush is because Rust-Oleum bought Model Master and just axed all their Model Master stuff. I was perfectly fine. You know, those little spray cans, they went from $1.99 to $6.99, $7.99. I think I even paid $8.99 for one fucking little bottle. But the nozzle never clogged. It was quality, and it was a quality material, and it had a smell, but it didn't have a stink. That's the difference. Is there's things that have strong smells and there's things that have a stink, which is unpleasant. You know, I don't think like oil paints don't have a stink. I don't use oil paints, but they smell good. You know, so but the Model Master stuff, the clear coats, I thought they always smelled okay. I mean, I still used them in a ventilated area, but it's very different, like switching to Krylon, where you've got like a nozzle that's clogging all the time, and it's not good quality, and it smells like strong and bad. And I'm like, you know, when you go and it's like, man, your wife goes, "What are you doing in the garage?" I said, "Oh, I'm spraying with a door open." It's like, man, it smells terrible. And like, you know what? It does. So I didn't ask Rust-Oleum to buy testers. You know, the thing is that they axed all those really good quality stuff, and they kept all the shitty ones. They kept like all those little shitty bottles and stuff that, you know, that you got when you were a kid. That's like, you know, you can't. That paint is terrible, and those little nylon brushes that are shaped. You know, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they're, you know, they're more flared at the end than at the. Those are just that's just terrible. Well, they kept all that stuff. You're basically turning people off from modeling if you have to deal with that uphill battle that those terrible products give you. You know, I'm glad you're happy with the MTC vehicles. I've been painting for James going on 4 years now. If you go to the Painted Tanks action, you'll see some of my messes. Yeah. Did you get to keep the models and send him the pictures? I don't paint for people because, I mean, I need this stuff to put on a game, but if they need pictures of stuff, that's cool. I don't mind doing that. The delivery was really interesting with shop. Shop is a really interesting app that I didn't use until I ordered from Litco recently. And he said, hey, you can track your order with Shop. So I'm like, oh, I'll upload this Shop. And Shop is on your phone, and it'll find like purchases that you make through your email, and it'll, you can have virtual receipts, and you can also track things through the wonderful postal service. And so yeah, just tracking it, like it was like ready to go like before Labor Day, and like it went from Washington State to Jacksonville like on a Sunday. I'm like, oh, okay. So and it said like delivery September 9th. I'm like, that's way too long of a delivery if it's already in Jacksonville. Well, those dumbasses at the Postal Service like sent it to the wrong small town, and then they sent it back, and then I'm like, I almost wanted to send them a text. Look, fuckers, I'm just gonna drive down there and pick it up myself. It's like, but anyhow, it sorted itself out and got here. But it's frustrating seeing, you're going like in the wrong place, everything in the wrong place. I ordered something from eBay, and I wouldn't call it a bad experience because I got my money back, and it was a seller that was in China, and apparently they have to use what I understand is one of the rules that eBay puts is they have to use this shipping service called SpeedPack, and there's nothing. Well, I guess it doesn't take that long, but it never got to me, and I would keep getting these updates that it was delivered, and it wasn't. It was delivered to the next small town over. And because I live in a small town now that's on the that's a suburb of the town that I've always lived in, basically, and delivered to the wrong zip code. So I don't know whether it was true incompetence or they just sent like a fake package and I never got it. But if you're buying through eBay and you're paying in PayPal, you're pretty covered. And I'm not ordering from Wish or Temu or however you say it. It's Temu. I don't care how it's called. I'm not buying stuff from there. I've come close to getting things from AliExpress, but I haven't done it and I probably won't. Just too much drama. Scientists have found a way to slow down the speed of light. Send it through the post office. No kidding. It just it's just frustrating. It's frustrating to be. And I get it. It's an unpleasant job, but. If I was that incompetent, I'd be fired. You know. Any Almost every bad experience that I've had through Amazon, I haven't had many, has always been attributed to Amazon handing the package off to a postal service and they fumble the ball. Almost every time. You live near James, or are you far away? You can't live near him, man. It'd be super early where you're at, but you may be an early bird like I am. Heck, I was an extra early bird yesterday. Woke up at 3 a.m. and couldn't go back to sleep. Okay, let's bring it up. Let's bring it up to the next level. Let's rinse. Waterloo, Iowa. You're close to everything or far away from everything, depending on how you want to look at it. Iowa. It's going to start getting cool where you're at. I was outside yesterday. I actually went to, my brother was in town. Was in the next town over. And he comes about every other week, every third week or something like that. So I'm going to go visit my mom, who's in the next town over. And she wanted to go check on a piece of property that she has that she needed to do some yard work on, to meet some guy that was going to do the yard work. So I went over there anyway. So I was standing outside, and man, the gnats would just drive you freaking crazy. So when people say, "Hey, I moved to Florida because of the weather," first thing I think of is, man, how shitty is the weather you came from to come to Florida because of the weather? Because the weather in the wintertime here is like heaven. But in the summertime, and it's not even the hot days. I can deal with it being 105 degrees and humid. I can't deal with it being 90 and still and humid at night and just bug infested. It's like, let me just go inside. But in the daytime, I get it. The sun's out, right? It's going to be hot. But when the sun's not out, man, the bugs are just, they want to be all over you. How bad's the weather got to be where you come from? Well, the only thing we have to shovel here is bugs. But the wintertime, it's freaking, I mean, you can't go swimming, but other than that, like everything else is better. Armpit of the Midwest. No hobby shops anywhere near here. 48 degrees last night. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, I don't think there's hobby shops anywhere. They're a dying breed, man. I used to work at one back in the early '90s, and yeah, those days are over. I would much rather go to a brick and mortar store and just, well, I buy more, because the internet actually keeps me from buying as much. At least me, because you can see what everything looks like. You can put it in your shopping cart and then like not press the trigger, so you have the thrill of shopping without actually spending any money. What I don't understand is people that have a store and they don't put pictures of their items in. But I don't know. People are in businesses. People are in business for different reasons, I guess. There was this one vendor when I went to Historicon the first and second time. They were in Pennsylvania, and they sold these miniatures that would normally come 8, 12 in a pack individually, which is great because I like to mix and match and make my own look, poses and everything, because they're all like one pose per pack. But the guy wouldn't take. This was 2006. He would not take credit cards. This is in person. He wouldn't take credit cards. He wouldn't take PayPal. He could only take cash or a check. And I'm like, you could pay me in PayPal back then. Well, it costs us money. So just mark everything up 10%. But people don't you need to make it easy for people to spend money in your store. If you make it difficult, people are going to be like, never mind, I really don't need that. You make it easy for people to spend money, so people go like, no, well, I guess I got all this stuff, it's mine, I don't know. Sounds like the bastion of hobby shops is Calgary. That place is incredible. That place is incredible. I was like a time machine. I was like, oh my God, I'm back in 1987. Without the good music. That place is incredible. I wonder if the people that work there have recovered. Because I went in there, and as I've gotten older, I'm just like, not only am I a speak my mind, but it's like, these people they're only used to hearing like one opinion, and they're like brainwashed, and that's all they know. And it's like I've found it's my purpose in life to spank these people. These people that have never been spanked as a kid. It's time to spank them and give them another point of view. This guy I go to I'm like, hey, these guys weren't the owner that worked at the store. It was like, hey, this historical area, man, it's really cool or whatever. Yeah, that's the owner's thing. It didn't make any money or anything, but we still have it up there. And I'm talking like that because that's kind of how they talked. Slow drugs will do that to you. And so I'm like, well, I have a YouTube channel. I'd like to film this just because it's pretty cool, you mind if, yeah, go ahead and do that. Right. So I get ready, do the walkthrough video on their store, and I go to check out, and I'm like, man, this store is really cool and everything. And I said, all right, I'm ready to go. He's like, okay, it's however much money it is. And I go to pay, and I'm like, do you have a bag? And because I bought like 7 or 8 things or whatever, and he's like, no, man, bags are illegal um, in Canada. I'm like, even paper bags? I mean, like, and I like without. Yeah, he's like, yeah, I can't give you a bag at all. And I go to the grocery store and I use the reusable bags because, for starters, I don't really have a use for those little plasticky things. Um, so I'd rather use my reusable bags, and the stuff stays together a lot better. Also, you don't have to rebag your groceries when you get home in the car. Um, and without missing a beat, it's like, yeah, uh, bags are bags are illegal here. And without missing a beat, I said, we have too much government in the United States, and you guys definitely have way too much government. And the guy's like, I mean, they both were agape, like, oh my God, somebody actually rose up to speak against the system, like, you know, we have a Hobby Lobby, but they've had the same thing ever since Christ was a corporal. There you go. I was in Hobby Lobby yesterday to buy this stuff, and they had a 40% off sale on their models. But they have the same. Every Hobby Lobby has the same models. They used to have an Airfix Sherman. They did away with that. They used to have an Airfix Sherman in 76 scale. I never bought one. They did away with it. Now they have nothing in 176. They have like a Walker Bulldog from well, let me guess what models are in your Hobby Lobby. It's the same ones. It's the Walker Bulldog from Tamiya, which is, I love Tamiya, but that's the most useless model of all. They had like the same thing. They have the most, like, they don't order any of their things, so it's like a hobby store. It's not a hobby store. So yeah. But then there's a hobby store. There's a small hobby store that's not open on Sundays. So, Hobby Lobby is not open on Sunday, but this place also is not open on Sundays. The next town over ish, it's about 30 miles away. Well, now like 40 miles away now from where I live. And they have some train stuff. And they got weird kits like that somebody obviously talked them into stocking. Like they've got like a Lindbergh SDKFZ 7, and in typical Lindbergh fashion, it's like 1/52nd scale or something ridiculous, or 1/43rd or something that doesn't go with anything else they happen to have. And they just have a lot of odd stuff. They don't have any 1/72nd scale stuff either. So I'd like to go to a brick and mortar store, but they don't have the stuff that I'm looking for. So welcome back, Francois. Still moonlighting as a French person. I don't think I have a Francois. I don't think I have a French resistant guy that's a Francois yet. Should I get one? What should he be armed with? I got like 12 more of them to paint. I'm not sure if you're still on, Ben, but when you sent me the picture of that, when you said the Sarge of the Jeep, I'm like, oh, not Ermy again. Remember that whatever show that he had on the History Channel? I got to the point like, oh, this is cool. Ermy's on there. To the point where I'm like, I don't want to listen to him anymore. You know, it's always the same shtick. You know. Ho ho ho, wee wee, I know me. Yeah, I got a dozen, 10 or so. Marcus wants Panzerfaust Paulette to go fire a Panzerfaust at something. See what happens. Yeah, I thought you meant like the Ermy guy. He was entertaining for a while, and he was just like full of his own propaganda, you know. How about a a Mac FMC 2429 for Francois? Yeah, he got a bit one note after a while. Yeah. those poor Marines, they put stuff in their head, man. Unfortunately. A Mac FMC 2429. That's not that little submachine gun, is it? I don't think I have anybody armed with that because I don't know what that is. Let's find out what it is. MAC 42 MAC FMC. Good lord, holy alphabet soup, Batman. FMC 24/29. I don't think it's a mug froster. Looks like a Bren. I don't have anybody. Let me put a space in there and see if I get something. FM 2429 light machine gun. Okay. Fusil mitrailleur. Modèle. I don't know which way I don't know which way the accent's pronounced in French. Sorry. Fusil mitrailleur modèle. It was still in use 2000 and 2006 with the National Gendarmerie. I don't think I have one. Okay, I think I have a guy, but I think it's the Bren that he has. So they dropped a lot of weapons into France for the resistance fighters, and I was reading in a book relatively recently that they had to stop doing that because they were using it on their own people. Because, you know, they'd drop all these weapons in and they'd be like, oh, that guy's a communist, let's go fight that guy, you know? They'd be fighting. Let me take a look at these unpainted guys and see if one of them has. Okay, this is the one I'm thinking of. That's a Bren, and I'll show it to you. And this is a different one. That might be it. Maybe they're both. Shit, I got 3 guys. Man, these guys are heavily armed. Okay. Maybe all 3 of them are that weapon. Let's take a look at it. I got 3 guys. This guy's an SHQ. He's got a silly hat. Does it have a super prominent handle? Let's see. Maybe I learned something new today. They're not Bren guns after all. This one doesn't have one. All right, let's do an image search for this. It looks like a cross between a Bren gun and a BAR. I don't think these are Brens. I think these are that thing you just told me about. But they all have a little handle. I'll show you. That's why we don't film with the phone, so we can use the phone to take photos. Let's get some light over here. And damn it, I hate blocking my own light. I'm the world's worst photographer. I'm still better at taking pictures than shuffling cards. I've never cooked, and I still cook better than shuffling cards. Right, let's see if this is going to be good enough for a picture. Whoa, don't rotate on me without me telling you to. It's kind of hard to tell because it's black. They have like little handles on there. All three of them. I'm going to guess that's what they're supposed to be. I really didn't look at them much because I just assumed they were Bren guns. This is actually really finely detailed. So much that it's got vertical serrations. Woo! I didn't know I was going to say that today. Vertical serrations on the barrel. But judging by the color of the style of the magazine, this one is definitely vertical, like that French light machine gun. This one's curved, so this might actually be a Bren. The back of it's a little different. I have a feeling these two are supposed to be the French one, and this is a Bren. Well, that's how we're going to play them. Spice up the la resistance. It's like a Bren gun, except less reliable. I have a feeling those weren't super reliable. Not because they're French, just because, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. The clip curvature is a giveaway. FM 420, 24, 429 is straight. Bren is curved. Got to be your French forward observer. Francois! Do I have an FO? I got a guy with a flag. And no, he's not going to have a white flag. I don't fall into that shit. There's lots of French soldiers that were quite brave, and they got screwed by the leadership. I'm not one of those people. I do not have an FO. What kind of French resistance fighters have off-board artillery? Well supplied ones. There's a card shuffler Kickstarter. No, the people that shuffle cards can't paint miniatures. So when they start painting miniatures, I'll shuffle cards. No, besides that allows me to be shitty at something. The thing I've had the most French things of, believe it or not, is ships. Because I used to do almost exclusively World War II naval, and the French ships are gorgeous. They're absolutely gorgeous. There's just... I always like doing French versus Italian, because both of those navies have beautiful ships. Absolutely beautiful ships. All right, we're out of... My favorite name figure is Guy. That guy named Guy. Yeah, so they had to stop dropping weapons because they were just basically having a civil war. It's like, civil wars are all fine and everything, but do you mind doing that after we kick... You mind doing that after we kick the Jerrys out? Okay. And I'm probably going to add a little bit of white and doctor that up a little bit. In my own, what's the impressionistic style painting. It's a little impressionistic, just to, it adds a little bit of detail there where there isn't any. You know, there's no point in making a flat seat and painting it all the same, where it's going to get worn. And now the mistake I made is, because I continue making mistakes, and it'll be my own job to fix it or not, is I should have weathered this before I put these seats on. So we're probably not going to weather the interior of it as much as we normally would because of that. Because I don't want to go over these beautiful seats that are painted. I really like the color that they're turning out. Canvas. So I saw a picture of the M15, and there was one of them that they had they had named it Triple Play. So I'm like, oh, okay, well it's got 3 guns, so Triple Play, cool. So then the first thing I thought of is, you know, me and my demented mind, oh, we'll call it 3-way, but I don't think a 3-way had been invented yet in the 1940s. That's a little too far, so I called it Triple Scoop. So now, if it was Vietnam or modern day, well, modern day would be super crude. It would be super crude, but the guy gathering intel for the Allied bombers. I table shuffle my cards, build up a few piles, and randomly add to them. You could add an SOE Jedburgh team to the mix. I could. I could build a couple of paratroopers. Well, I don't have any paratroopers other than the Airfix ones. I don't think the Airfix figures are worth my time painting them. Not because they don't look good, but because the rifles are super bendy, and I don't want to spend that kind of time and all of a sudden the barrels go. I don't really like the U.S. paratrooper figures from Airfix. But I do at some point need to paint one of them just to see what I can do with them. Because I think the molds are pretty decent, especially the Afrika Korps and 8th Army ones. Of course, both of those have socks on with shorts, and the elastics in the freaking socks are like space age material. Like, they don't budge. They're like all the way the fucking up, you know? So, and they're a little smaller, but I'm okay with that. You know, I don't want to build my army exclusively of those plastic figures, but I don't mind having 1 or 2. All right, now let's go to the one that's the driest. Take some of this. Where's the white that's now dried out? Over here. Yeah, shit happens. Donde está el blanco? I'm saying that so you guys can understand. My son-in-law has a mint condition World War II MAS rifle. I bet that's really hard to get ammo for. He said it got a good price because it only dropped once. Oh, man. I need to go back to watch Allo Allo. I will when I build my cafe. I got to get ideas for what the interior is going to look like, what colors to use. I don't necessarily have to go with anything that's on there, but it just kind of, when you look at pictures, you kind of look like, okay, this wall with this looks good together, or I don't like that combination. And instead of like painting it and then realizing I don't like it, at least it gives you some kind of a reference of what these 2 colors together look like. All right, we're going to put There needs to be the pattern of ass cheeks on here. No, I'm not gonna go that far, but something like that. Okay, and now this one still needs to be sealed, but and olive drab really is kind of an ugly color, but it is what it is. It is nice that the AK. Here I go again. The Ammo MiG base color for the olive drab is like the old brown violet. So there you go, Jeffrey. If you need to paint, if you want to paint your helmets, your tin hats, which the thing about the tin hats, there's several manufacturers that make tin hats and they look wrong, and it's a shame because I'm used to seeing those things. I mean, I grew up with using with British soldiers with the little with the helmets, the tin hats, whatever. We call them when I was little. I'd call them soup heads because that's what it looked like. It looked like a soup thing, Obviously, it wouldn't work well because it would, the soup would always be rocking. It wouldn't stay in there because they're not flat on the top. But the soup head hats, a couple manufacturers they don't look right. They don't. They look like pith helmets. Like the Airfix ones look correct to me. And I know there's the late 1944 ones. We're not talking about those. I'm talking about certain manufacturers. They don't look right, and that's kept me from buying them. Some sets of hard plastic. The problem with the Eschi figures is they're like Eschi is like Essex. They're in these poses that seem really unnatural. Like, I'm going to go to the front. Like, nobody stands like that unless you're having a fucking chorus line. Okay? Remember the Essex guys on horseback? I got this lance. I don't want to have anything to do with that lance. It offended me. Well, then don't fucking grab it. It's just these awkward poses that you would never see. If you took a crowd of soldiers and there was a million soldiers and you'd take a photo of them all, if you could go back in time and take a photo, and then zoomed in on every guy, you'd never find the guy that would be like, I don't want to have anything to do with this lance. And then the horse is facing the opposite way. That guy riding me, I don't like how I don't like how he's digging his loins into me. It's like you got this inner workings of backstories that don't need to be. You have 3 bottles of brown violet. Allo Allo was a funny show. I wish the quality of it, the film quality, was better. But I think the jokes and stuff still hold well. It's pretty good. I really was hoping that the girls would get into it and then we could watch it together as a family, because I don't really like watching television by myself. Because if I'm going to do something by myself, I'm going to do this. And I can't paint and I can't multitask that way, unfortunately. If something is on, I'll be like, huh? And then the paint will dry on my paintbrush, and that doesn't really work. But I thought it was pretty good. And I like British humor too, as long as there's subtitles, because sometimes they just speak too fast. But I watch subtitles on, even American stuff. And I haven't seen Hogan's Heroes in a long time, but I don't know if I'd appreciate it as much as I was a kid. That was one of those shows that I grew up watching with my dad. So I've got, some people are like, oh, I enjoyed watching Westerns with my dad. My dad was never into Westerns, but we watched Hogan's Heroes together whenever it came on. And, you know. Not the soft plastic figures. They're weird, okay? The hard plastic figures are based on the newer Airfix sculpts and better poses. The Russians also have a decent Maxim. Okay, well, I only have the soft plastic ones. And some of them are just way too soft. But I'll probably work some of them in because they actually look, like these Russian guys, whoever they're by, they're soft, but they're not that soft. And they paint up great. I mean, a lot of these plastic figures are like these little Airfix Jokers. I looked at the figures, I'm like, those figures look like ass. Well, they paint up pretty well. You know? Okay. I know this thing's dry by now. So, let's we're going to use black paint. We're not going to use yeah, I am. Who am I fooling? I got one British guy that I really like. The Airfix guy. He's the guy that's kneeling with the binoculars. That's a great figure. And so's the officer with his Webley. Or is it Wembley? God, I got that. Webley. When I was a kid, I had this little safari tan colored Toyota Jeep made by Tomica. Remember Tomica? Because they had the little open doors. Hey, that was state of the art for 1982. Had a little Tomica Toyota Jeep. Hard side, safari looking Jeep. And that's what my British commander drove around in. He rode that and he'd point his pistol at people. None of my favorites, Hogan's Heroes. I have all 6 seasons on DVD. Yeah. I bought my dad a copy of it way back in the day on VHS. And it was like a couple of seasons, but never cared for MASH. It was a hospital, wrong war. Just didn't do anything for me. No, lots of people are big fans of MASH. Didn't do anything for me. All right, we're going to let this dry. I think that's going to work great. Anybody need any tubing? I got a shitload of it. I could build a whole division of Hellcats. Now we'll go back and finish the Hellcat. Actually, you know what? There is one thing I need to do. I need to do the track. Okay, and for the track, I need to find out what the track is made of on a Hellcat. I have a feeling it's all steel. Or does it have rubber blocks? No, what's that? Nope, 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 nope. All right, get all these warnings. There's a chance it could rain today. Well, there's always a chance it could rain today, and it's just rain. Does it have rubber block track or not? Some of them, no, not on the Hellcat. Looks like it's steel. That's good. So we're going to use what I like to do on the steel, which is SS Camouflage Brown, or how it's now called, not to offend anybody. No, now it's called German Camouflage Black Brown. It used to be called SS something or another. Hey, I don't like the SS and I'm not offended by it. By the name. Okay. This brush should be just fine. Man, this thing is solid. And this, I was impressed that the whole top body is one piece and it's solid. It's like, goes together really well. It's just a really dark brown. I like to use that as the base color for anything that's metal and track. I'm not a fan of like orange rusty track. I'm like, yeah, it gets rusty. This is what it looks like, and it ends up having dirt on top of it. How am I gonna grab this to not get it all over my fingers? I don't even know why I'm worried about that. It's never been an issue before. Man, it's warm in here. Time for the fan. Got this little plug-in fan that goes into the USB. And hopefully it's not too loud. It's less loud than one of my neighbors decides to fire up the lawnmower. You know, and they're all retired. Like, dude, go out and mow while I'm at work, man. Be considerate. And we may end up adding junk to the outside of this at some point, but we're not going to do that before we said, hey, these are done. We can always add that after the fact. Now you guys can see what these prints actually look like, fully painted. Okay, that's good. And we'll flip it over and we'll get some of this stuff that shows. Yeah, I was going to watch some movie or whatever yesterday, and I just decided not to. I'd rather just paint. Okay, there's that side. One of these days I hold my nose and try to catch Kelly's Heroes again. Maybe I won't hate it as much as I did when I watched it 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Like I said, I like all the actors. I just hate the hippie vibe it has. It was done in the 1970s, you know? I would imagine there's a lot of World War II veterans didn't like that movie. I can only imagine. James MTCO has some stowage you can make in 1/72 from XC. Oh, Can he print the XC stuff? I, I have a feeling. I've seen some of their stuff. I was going to get a 3D printer that did one of the M10s from Xcise miniatures. I have a feeling that their castings are a little compressed, almost like Warhammer-ish. It seems like they are. I've looked at them. What I really like about them is that they come with two different, where they come with a turret open and a turret closed. The bad thing is their figures have extremely big cheekbones, which I'm not a fan of big cheekbone people. Sorry. If you have big cheekbones, I apologize. I can't like everybody. But I saw an article one time that said, people find women with big cheekbones really attractive. I don't. I'll take all the other ones. Thank you. I don't want sunken cheekbones either, but you know what I'm saying? They just stand out. Like the FAA figures are extremely cheekbony. That and they're squint-eyed. They look like Eddie the Mummy from Iron Maiden. Which is fine if you're doing mummies, but those figures look very Warhammer-y. With these faces that look... But their vehicles also look like they're compressed a little bit. Not as bad as G-scale railroading, but getting there. So, and I think they paint up just fine, but it's just like, if I haven't bought something, that's things that I can consider. That and nobody in the United States that I know of prints them. And, the UK thing, they're just too damn expensive. The shipping's too expensive. What part did you find funny? I just tell it like it is, Now, whoever came up with those files, they're brilliant. And there's probably a reason why they did it the way they did, Big cheekbone square. They are! Look at the FAA figures. That's what they look like. And every figure looks the same. And I like Eddie. I like Eddie from Iron Maiden, but not every figure can be a trooper. I got that song stuck in my head. Well, there's worse songs to be stuck in your head. Anyhow, and I like to rip on sculptors all the time, but they do an incredible job that I can't do. And I do have some FAA figures that I'm probably going to use at some point. I'm going to behead them. I'm going to put other heads on them. But I got a lot of figures that are good as is before I got to fool with that. Hey, Marcus, if you're still on, what did you end up ordering from... you said that I talked you into ordering some stuff from the people that carry combat miniatures. What'd you end up getting? You're keeping stuff from me. You're not going on a second blind date. Yep. Did I ever go on a blind date? I don't know that I ever went on a blind date. I want to know what that swiping thing's all about. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to be back on the dating scene. I probably wouldn't find anybody with these new people these days. But what's that swiping thing? I'm disappointed that there's people being dishonest with who they are on there. That's just like a waste of everybody's time. And I mean, maybe not being dishonest with who they are, but like, portray themselves as, a 9 and you get there and it's a 4. It's like, or maybe they were a 9 at one time and then, 10 years of mainlining. You order a bunch of stuff, but it still hasn't delivered. Person there, Ed, does the casting. Uh-oh. So they're slow, huh? So the two figures I need to replace that are American are both in the same pack. So I think I'm going to order it. It's a BAR gunner that's got it up up high, which is not how I'd want to fire a BAR, but he's a badass, not me. And the other guy that has the helmet cover, he kind of looks like Calvin without the scrim. Dishonest people on dating apps. Have you ever met a woman? Not on a dating app. No, I just know if the point of a dating app is to meet other people, you're gonna meet them eventually. Like, why make stuff up that you're gonna end up having to pay the piper like soon? That just, right? I mean, the dating app should be to actually meet people that you're compatible with. I mean, I'm just thinking outside. I'm new to that. I don't have a use for that. But yeah, why? Like, I don't like lie to people. Like, why? You're just gonna have to come up with excuses for it, and that's just like exhausting. Just be yourself. You've never had a 10. I've had 5 2s before. Oh man. Seriously. I mean, I'm like, if you do a dating app, just be yourself, right? And if you don't find anybody that likes you as you are, then you didn't waste all this time. Now, if you're interested for sleeping for people, okay, I don't know. I mean, I'm new to that. I guess that'd be another topic for discussion. What's your worst dating app experience ever? I don't know. They predate me. Ah, and I'm not that old. I mean, I may be, but I'm 53, but I feel like I'm 25 mentally. I don't know, maybe, but not like the 25-year-olds are now. Yeah, you told me like 2 weeks ago you ordered that. So if they still haven't arrived, I'm glad. I appreciate you letting me know that because I get really impatient. I like order something like, okay, where is it? I give you my money. Come on, where's it at? You're not thinking dumb enough. Okay. I believe in love at first sight. Surely, if I talk to him first, dry it out, build a connection, then he'll love my ugly ass regardless. I just figured it'd be a great way to meet other people that you normally wouldn't be in contact with. Now, I only wish my wife would be like, "Hey, let's watch Rome." I don't like. Let's watch historical stuff that has girly shit in it. I'm good. Now she won't watch that stuff, but it could be worse. She might watch that stuff, and I have to be the one that cooks. You got time, plenty of times to paint. Been married 26 years, and she doesn't even come down the stairs to see what I'm working on, and I love it. 26? How long am I on? I'm over 20. I guess I should know this. 24. Be 24 this year. Yeah, mine doesn't mess with my stuff. And I could talk openly. She's not here because she's taking care of something, but the door could be open and I don't know. She knows what she bought into. She likes my buildings. I guess that's what she relates to. And like she says, she'd rather me do this than be one of those people that yells at the sports on TV. Yep. Yeah, we actually knew somebody who, before we knew them, well, their wife ended up being certified crazy. We didn't know that at the time. But the guy spent so much time watching sports on TV, he'd bought a new TV, and she took a baseball bat to his TV. And well, the thing is, it's her TV also. It's not like, I'm going to destroy your TV. Oh shit, I can't watch anything either. I hate bad sports fans. It's like people that cheat during games. If you can cheat in a war game, nah, screw you. All right, folks, gotta go cook breakfast. See, I don't want to be like Marcus and have to be the cook. I don't have to feed a woman and entertain her. Just get to hang out and be free. Monk mode is a win. Monk mode. I dunk. Well, she survived working on railroads, so I guess we're good. She survived you working on the railroad. Okay. What'd you do on the railroad? Did you go to Casey Jones School of Engineering? See, you'll get that. I say that to other people. I'm like, what kind of an engineer are they? Just like people say that, is that, a funny thing happened to me. And I'll say, funny haha or funny peculiar. Someone says, I'm an engineer. I said, like Casey Jones type of engineer? Nobody gets that. You probably do because, I'm old at heart, I guess. Which rail? My dad was super into railroads. Model railroading. I just don't have time for both of this stuff. I saw an article in Fine Skill, not Fine Skill, whatever, the Model Railroad or whatever. And this guy had come up with a game that he played on his, and I've mentioned this before. He's mentioned, he had these cards, like an index card that was made for each piece of stock. And basically he would play like this game where he'd shuffle and he'd have to get these pieces of stock from this place over to the other one, and he couldn't use his hands. He's got to use the decoupler and all that stuff. That's pretty cool. Locomotive engineer Soo Line, Canadian Pacific and Iowa Northern Railway. I chant hymns to the machine spirits as I assemble and ready my men for war. The monk in the expansion for the original Diablo. Oh, here we go, Diablo. None of you guys, I guess, have played Diablo or whatever. I'm a big Diablo fan. I don't do a lot of video gaming, but I do enough. The original monk sucked. Because as you got up in skill, you actually had to take equipment off to actually be better. The equipment, basically hindered you. I'm like, that's just ridiculous. The whole point of those games is to find stuff and to put it on you and, and put bling on your character. And the fact that you're going through the game and as you get more powerful later in the game, you put on less bling is, counterintuitive. That makes as much sense as, Marxism. It's like, I'm a badass. Why? I got nothing. Go away. Locomotive engineer. What locomotives? Yeah, I know enough about to get myself into trouble. You ever do any model railroading? My favorite train that I had, because I had a few. My brother has them now in his display case. I don't have time for all of them. I got a Bachmann. Oh shit! I want to say it's a 4884. Maybe it's just a 484. Anyways, it was a Union Pacific. It was in a light blue-gray with yellow letters and a dark gray stripe. It's a beautiful engine. But the best looking one, I got I don't know what it is. It's not an F7. I don't really like F7s. They're kind of ugly. Although I watched what did I watch? The Pacific recently, and we're watching it. I'm like, what the hell are they doing in 1944 or 1945 in a train in a Pullman that's being pulled by an F7? And I'm like, I didn't think those came out until the 70s, but I guess they came out earlier than that. They came out like in the late 30s or early 40s. I was like, man, I guess I don't know enough about railroading that I knew. In the hobby store, I was the train expert of all the people that worked there. There's only like four of us. You know, one guy was really into the RC cars, and I was the train expert, just because my exposure from my dad. But there was a passenger one made by. It was a Rock Island, and it was gorgeous. It was a gorgeous engine. You know, HO scale, of course, or Ho scale, as people who don't know any better would say. And it was a black engine, Rock Island passenger, and it had red and white on it. It was absolutely a gorgeous engine. I doubt any of them worked, but in the grim darkness of our current dystopia, 25 years of that and my entire collection disappeared in a break-in while at work. Oh, that sucks. My dad got into them a long time ago. I don't know when he got them, probably in the 60s. And he had a bunch of them made by Rivarossi? Is that right? Rivarossi? But none of them ran. I got a couple of them to run, but that was like in the early 90s. There was a train layout at the hobby store, and I could get a couple of them to go around. But, yeah. He always wanted a train layout, never got to. My dad was really into what he did, his career. And even late in life, he was like, I'm gonna write a book about all the stuff that he had learned and stuff. He was really, I'm like, I'm into this. What I do for a living, I don't even like to talk about, So, if your hose develops scales, run. E8, the 6-axle. I don't remember which one. I don't remember which one of that engine. That was a beautiful engine, but the Rock Island one is just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous engine. It's from like the 60s and 50s or the 60s or something like that. But I saw it, I'm like, I gotta get it. I forget who the heck made it. It was made by. Okay. So that's painted. Is it wet? No, it's still a little wet. We gotta move on from this. Let's weather the Jeep. Before I screw up and paint the headlights also, I have to fix that. All right, so my standard weathering, I use two colors because it matches into my bases, and that's U.S. Field Drab and Iraqi Sand. I use the old U.S. Field Drab, and we're going to just dry brush on here. Where's my shitty little dry brushing brush? This one. Oh, E8 is the engine you drove? All right, let's see what we got. You worked for who? Locomotive engineer, SOO line, Canadian Pacific. Okay, Canadian Pacific is like a dark blue, dark green or something like that. I think that's what it was. Iowa Northern Railway. I'm not familiar with that one. Okay, so let's look at an E8 engine. E8 engine. Okay, so that looks kind of like an F7. Well, maybe I say the wrong one. F7. F7. Yeah, they're like cousins. E8 engine. E8 engine. Okay, E8 engine. Soo line. Sooey. something like that. 6-axle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That looks like it's got 6 axles. Oh, they really have quite a few different paint schemes. Canadian Pacific, you said? Canadian Pacific. Canadian Pacific. Oh, that's interesting. Very retro looking. Wow, they really. Wow, they changed this to. Looks like this paint scheme for CP rail. That looks like they don't want to be bombed by their own bombers. That's the Italian Regia Marina paint scheme. Cool. I've only gotten a chance to travel by rail once, and I loved it. I don't like to fly, man. I'm scared to death of fucking planes. I had a bad experience as a kid. Obviously, I survived, but I had a bad experience as a kid. I like to look out the window, but it's just very surreal. Rail travel, no problem. Cruise ships, even better. That is the way to travel. That's how the hell we got over here to begin with. Ships. No, I ran GP7s, SD40s, SD40s, GP35s. Candy, apple, red. Crap, I gotta change this. Damn heart's in the way. Candy, apple, red, CP engines. Okay. Yeah, trains are cool. Unless you get hit by one. You gotta be a moron to get hit by a train. I mean, okay, the train can go here, it can't go here. So when you cross this, make sure you look both ways and pay attention. And then when you're over here, unless it careens off the rail and runs into you, but every time I cross the railroad tracks, I look and see if there's a train coming. I'm not one of those, well, the flasher's not on. Well, look, you're only allowed one fatal mistake. So that'd be pretty stupid. You got hit by a train. Like, okay, like that doesn't happen like every day. I mean, even here, okay, I could be at this house running a painting show. A plane can go over my house and like crash into my house, and you're dead by plane, and you're nowhere near an airport, right? I'm pretty sure I'm not going to get hit by a train here. Kind of hard to happen. No railroad tracks anywhere even near here. Everybody's scared of something. And people will be like, "What are you scared of flying?" Okay, big boy, why are you scared of a little spider? You know? I don't like freaking turbulence, man. Why are you scared of a little... Why are you scared of a little freaking animal that you can just squash? If you need to, you know? Everybody's scared of something. And sometimes it's something ridiculous, like clowns. Why are you scared of clowns? I didn't like clowns when I was a kid. So I don't want their makeup all over me. That's it. Unless it was a locomotive being carried by a crashing cargo plane. There you go. That, I don't think that's possible. I mean, the C5's heavy lifter, I'm pretty sure it can't pick up a locomotive. I mean, I'm going to use some arbitrary numbers here, and I deal with tractor trailers on a daily basis. If you ship something by rail, a rail car can carry like, and I'm just arbitrarily pulling numbers here, like 10 times more than a tractor trailer, maybe even more than that. So, yeah, locomotives and stuff like that, super freaking heavy. I'm pretty sure none of those can go airborne. Maybe in pieces. You worry about, let's see here. You worry about cops shooting my dog. Well, you can't live in the ghetto, man. You worry about cops shooting something? I've never even remotely thought about a cop shooting something that I have. I don't like being stopped by somebody because I have a thing about being questioned. I don't like being questioned because I'm not up to no good. I got a better record than the cop. It's like, let's see who should be questioning who. So that's the only thing I don't like about cops is if they get all like, want to get all like in my shit. And I'm like, I don't answer to you, man. But I don't do anything I'm not supposed to. I'm involved in zero criminal activity, whereas they get involved in criminal activity all the time. Cops shooting is your dog that noisy? I live in a small town, and there's some cops here that are short. That's not a good combination. They just like, got something to prove. But I haven't really had any bad issues with a cop. I did have a cop call me one time and said, "Hey, my wife called me and said, 'Hey, the sheriff department's trying to reach you.'" I'm like, "Really?" "Yeah, they want to ask you about something." I'm like, "What the hell do they want to ask me about? I got some questions for them." So I call them back up. I don't mind I'm not disrespectful to cops, but I'm also not their fucking slave, right? They work for me, whether they realize it or not. So I'm like, "Officer so-and-so, how can I help you?" And I say, "Hey, oh, well, we just want to know why we got a summons for you to appear in a jury for jury duty and you didn't appear." I'm like, "Well, the last one I got was about this many months ago, and it was canceled out. I mean, I can fill out the email or whatever." I said, "Well, do you live at such and such an address?" I'm like, "No, that's my dad, and I'm a junior." I'm like, "Well, why didn't he show up?" I says, "Because he's been deceased for 5 fucking years." I didn't say 5 fucking years, but it's like, look, like, get your fucking system right. I mean, like, what the hell's wrong with you? "Oh, okay, never mind." Like, come on, man. An Antonov 124 can carry a loco, but it can't stay up in the air. Innocence prove nothing. Tyrants will be tyrannical. Sic semper tyrannis, right? Or whatever that is. I don't like people getting in my shit. If you're messing with me, you got little to do, man. Like, you need to catch up on some paperwork or something, because you're just wasting your time coming and screwing with me. So I don't like being questioned. I don't like going to TSA, not because I have anything to hide. I'm just like, if somebody tries something on a plane, like, they're not going to find him alive if I'm on that plane. Like, "Hey, we need a witness. Sorry, it was my one chance to strangle somebody." It's my free card to strangle somebody. Like, you try to bring a plane down that I'm on, and I'm already scared of the freaking plane without terrorists. Yeah, I'm going to stop you. Or I'm going to attempt to. Okay. That looks pretty good. You don't want to go too crazy because we have another color to go on top of it. So if you go hog wild with this color, you still have to go another color on top of it, and then it'll get lost. All right. That reminds me, I'm probably going to get called for jury duty soon. It seems like they get me every other year. I don't mind going, but man, that's how you find out that the government is really inefficient. Because it's interesting, but man, it's a colossal waste of time. And you feel like you've done something wrong just being there. There's just like this bad vibe. You know, you go to the courthouse is like I'm on the right side, and you just feel dirty going there. You know, like you've done something wrong. Everybody's looking at you like, "What the hell are you doing here?" I said, "Because you guys freaking called on me." You know, it's a bad vibe. It's like having a birthday party at Treblinka. It's like I don't want to be there. You know. I know that's an extreme example, but it's a bad vibe going to the courthouse. I'll go by no video evidence of caught red-handed behavior. You're choosing innocence. Well, I got called in one time. I've mentioned this many times. A long time ago. 25 years ago, probably. Maybe 20 years for sure, maybe 25 years. It was this case where this guy was suing. And I'm on they're trying to decide who's going to be on the jury. So they're up there asking you questions. Like, why am I being questioned? Like, what did I do? But anyways, I'm being questioned to decide which one of the ambulance chasers want me, right? Or don't want me. And, is there any reason why you wouldn't give this a fair trial or whatever? I said, well, I spoke up because, first of all, I like being honest. In a world of non-honest people, it's nice to stand out for being honest. And second of all, it's true. I don't want to be the reason there's going to be a hung jury. But I'm like, well, I don't think the guy shouldn't have to work again. What do you mean? So it was a guy that was suing Ecker Drugs for giving him a false, the wrong prescription. And, he had to go to the hospital. He didn't lose a leg. He didn't he's not going to lose 5 years of his life. He suffered an inconvenience. So I'm like, well, so what do you mean by that? I said, I don't think the guy shouldn't have to work again. I mean, he obviously did some suffering. He spent time out of work. He should be compensated for that, court costs. But, you don't get to get $30 million. Yeah, me saying fucking in the middle of the courtroom. But, you don't get to not work again when you're 30 years old for the rest of your life because somebody made a legitimate error that didn't cost you anything in the long run, right? And because then that just creates a situation where it's like, I'm gonna go to the doctor. I'm gonna get my medicines filled. I'm trying to get as many medicines as I can. So there's a highest chance of me getting the wrong thing prescribed to me, and then I win the lottery. That just creates the wrong mentality. And I'm not one of those people, well, it doesn't cost you anything. Yes, it does. It costs all of us everything, and it's the principle of everything. Everyone has a video camera in the pocket. If it's not on video, I have reasonable doubt that it didn't happen. But then if it is a video camera, then you can't use the video camera for evidence. What? we should just do away with trial by jury and go back to trial by duel. Trial by combat. And that way, only one of the people that causes problems in our society is let loose again, not both of them. Trial by combat. I didn't get picked for that jury. Yeah, because the lawyers wanted to make fucking $40 million on this guy. And it's wrong. Now, if the guy has his legs amputated, God forbid to lose somebody in his family, that's different. Then then I'll participate. But I'm not going to, I'm just not going to participate in something like that. I think lawsuits is America's favorite hobby anymore. Yeah, I knew you would approve by trial by combat. Yeah. Anything something jury really, I'm out. And I'm driving through town, and like all the billboards are all attorneys. And it's like, you got to cover all that overhead. So how do you cover all that overhead? Ripping people off. So you've got these. I don't know. I just tune out when it. Hopefully, I'll never have to see an attorney ever in my life. And I know they provide a valuable service, but I couldn't be one. I'd be like, okay, this guy's fucking guilty. Sorry, I'm not going to represent you. Why? Because you fucking did it. And I think you did it. I'm not going to take your case, and I know how to tie a noose, and I'm tying one right now, and you're not leaving my office alive. Money's important, but I would not sacrifice what I believe in for money. I'm the wrong person for that. Now, there's things that, there's hills I'm willing to die on, but that's not one of them. Somebody that did it is not the hill I want to die on. Not everybody is suited for every job, All the billboards for attorneys. Where are you at? Tucson? It's everywhere, but What's the difference between lawyers and vultures? The vultures smell better. And don't get me wrong, that's why lawyers have a bad reputation, because they'll do anything for money. But then there's people that are that way too. People be like, I'm just gonna take this. Why? Nobody's looking. Like, how do you sleep at night? If there was no laws tomorrow, the only reason I would behave differently would be because I'd have to survive, because, I'm being taken advantage of by somebody else who didn't follow the rules. But, speed limits are not for me, Vultures don't take their wingtips off at night. A lot of people are creeped up by vultures. You got nothing to worry about a vulture. If a vulture's coming after you, you got nothing to worry about a vulture, because you've moved on. Same thing with taxes. Why do people hate paying taxes? Because you see how things are. Well, there's lots of reasons to dislike paying taxes, but you take in $10 and they spend $40. So why give them more money? They're just going to misspend it. How many more road taxes you guys want to pay? They don't fix the roads. I don't care where you are. The roads don't get fixed. It's dishonest. If you take in money for A, use it for A, or don't take the money in. End of story. That's the problem. Okay, GB. Homelessness. There's homelessness everywhere, right? Oh, we can't do any. We live in this town. It's not. There's no reason why there's should be the homeless problem that there is in the next town over, but there is. Oh, we can't do anything about them. I said, well, why don't you put a $10,000 fine on anybody who's caught giving money to them? You know, they're there because people give them money. So if you can't get rid of any of them, then take the money out of it. No. Another 3 hours, we'll have all the world's problems solved. Roads in Waterloo, they wouldn't even test tanks on. Yeah, it happens everywhere. It happens everywhere. And it's like, okay, well, then stop taking money in for it because you're obviously not spending it on what you're supposed to. I'm pretty intolerant of people lying to me. Like, okay, you got to come up with something else. Like, the same thing isn't going to, I wasn't born a cynic. You guys turned me into one. All right, let's paint the little headlights on this little cute little bastard. Let's get, and there's a million different ways to do it. I just do the way that I feel I can reproduce and I'm happy with. And need a little bit more white because white dries out really fast. Must be because it's chalky. Is Napoleonic gaming big in Waterloo? Somebody told me a couple years ago, hey, your birthday's on the anniversary of the Battle of Waterloo. I didn't know that. I'm not a Napoleonic gamer. Why would I know that? I'm going to have taillights too. We'll paint them up too if it has it. We'll look into that afterwards. That involves red, and red's not out right now. I feel like there's some kind of product that comes from Waterloo, Iowa. And maybe it's a different Waterloo somewhere else. Like Kalamazoo. Kalamazoo is something else that there are a couple of those cities that just have these unique names that like cereals or something or come from there. Like a big cereal factory or something like that. There's something like that in Waterloo. No idea. My birthday is today. Oh, happy birthday! Beats the shit out of me. I know there's a ton of Magic the Gathering nerds in this area. Use the N-word. Everybody's a nerd of some form of another. Don't let those sports nerds think otherwise. They just nerd out about how far somebody runs with a turkey under their arm. When I worked at the hobby store, that's when Magic the Gathering picked up steam, and we didn't like those people because they came in and they wouldn't buy anything, and they just take up space. Oh, Snapdragon. I did that wrong. There, we did it backwards. Like a smiley face with one eye. All right, let's mix another batch. Oh, too bright. Sports nerds are worse than anime nerds. Most of them don't bathe for days either. Yeah, there's no reason. I don't understand. I honestly don't understand why you don't try to do the best you can with what God gave you. You know. But then I'm old school, so you know. I grew up in a college town, man. So those zealots, it's bad. It's not bad that they enjoy the game. It's bad that they take it personally and they don't know any of the players, and it's always the other guys cheating, and they're getting screwed. It's like it's the same story. It's like you're just being dishonest. Like I'll go to a football game and it's okay, but it doesn't change my life one way or the other. It's not like I don't understand what's going on. It's just, you know. By the way, they win their game last night. Or they're paying that guy $7 million to be a fucking loser. let's, let's see. Let's see what they if they lost again. 45-7. Okay, well, that's just one of those teams. I don't even know where the hell that team is. Samford. That's in Mississippi or something like that. Or Georgia. It's one of those teams like, hey, come over here, we'll pay you money to lose. That doesn't always work. Usually the first game's a gimme game, and it wasn't last time. And there's some team a couple years ago that were just, they paid them to lose, and they who's to wipe the floor with them. Oops, that's bad form. What colors are you using again for your headlights? I just use gray. I paint the whole thing. I paint the whole thing gray, like a dark gray, and then I come in and do like a smiley face on the bottom with like a light gray, and then highlight part of that in white and a little tip-top shiny white one in the middle at the top. That's how I saw somebody do it. It's replicatable. It looks pretty good. It actually looks really good on the Opal Blitzes. Let me show you the Opal. That's probably the one that turned out the best on. And it works. It works for me. Let me take a photo of this. Let's see here. Let's get the light in the right place. I'm going to show you really up close what it looks like. I'm real happy with that. That's really up close. Here we go. Then you get really crazy. Closer than that? That's as close as I can get. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. And I can do it consistently. I can make it consistently. You're old school. The Lord gave me skin millions of years over ago, and protecting natural oils, beneficial bacteria, supposed to be scrubbed away by chemical detergents daily. Well, I'm glad you're out of smelling range. How about take a shower for your birthday? Yeah. I struggled with it, and then I saw a video. Actually, the first one I did, my BA armored car is not done that way, and I haven't fixed it. Actually, let's see. This is one of my Russians. Yeah, here's one of my Russians. Commie trucks. This is how I just did like light blue. Eh, it looks stupid. Now. And then my other Russian trucks look the new way. You know what? You've motivated me to fix these two. Actually, and this one. And this one. So this is a BA67, which I guess is Jeep-like, made by BP Cast. They're not around anymore. And this looks like terrible compared to. But it has these old. Yeah, so let's do some headlights, man. That the internet allows us to freaking get, somebody's got a good idea and you find out about it, like, oh, let me try that. And then you like it. Or maybe you don't. There's lots of stuff that I don't like on the internet. I don't have to poo-poo. I don't like, yeah, you're an idiot for doing it that way. Like, keep that shit to yourself, man. This hobby could be the therapy that somebody needs to keep them from being an active shooter. And I exaggerate a little bit, but, it keeps us from going crazy. So don't take that away from somebody, And I'm not a very kumbaya type person, but in that respect, yeah, I don't get, nasty about, yeah. You lived in Florida if you didn't battle the daily alligators. What? What's up, Skylab? If you didn't bathe daily, the alligators could find you faster. If you did, I've never come across an alligator when I wasn't looking for one, and I've never looked for one. Now I feel bad you made more work for me. No, you're improving my stuff, man. You'll have one before your company arrives. I got to shower every day, at least once. And I don't shower before I go to work. Oh, you go to work dirty? I said, no, I go to sleep clean. Otherwise, your sheets stick to themselves. And there's a lot of things I could say after that comment, and I'm going to leave that right there. Because you know what? I don't have to say it, because you guys sought it for me. Yes, it's that kind of a channel. You reminded me that there was a better way to do something. No, that's good. Okay. Beep, beep. Is that how county vehicles sound? Not a fan of commies. There's the only thing worse than commies. Picasso, who was a commie and a shitty painter. And I'll say it again, because Mark hasn't heard me say this before. Oh, well, Picasso was actually really talented. He just decided to paint in that style because it was more challenging. That's like saying, I can make it to the bathroom, but fuck it, I'm going to take a shit in my pants right here. There's a place in St. Petersburg where we were at last weekend, and there's a place where you can like paint your own stuff and like take it home, and it was called Picasso something with a K. I forget what it was, and I'm like, why would I want to paint that shittily? It's yours and you can wash it as hard, as fast as you want. There you go. Yeah. I can make it to the bathroom, but why? And he's a commie. All right. Now, no, if I'm going to paint headlights, let's paint lots of headlights. Headlights? No, that's the ones you got from not showering. I don't know. Who knows that? I don't know anything about that, thankfully. I hate to rip on some manufacturer, but if anybody says anything bad about 3D printing lines, at least they don't look like this. This is bad. And this used to be a vendor at one of our shows, and I guess it's plausible. They look okay. Actually, all three of these are that manufacturer. They're not around anymore. I don't know what happened to it. The guy was a vendor at one of our at several of our shows, and then he just disappeared. But with that said, I do like Soviet vehicles. I think they're cool because it's an opportunity to make something that is technically boring look interesting. That's why I like American vehicles because it's like it's just American vehicles. They're all drab. Well, if you don't put any interest in them, in painting them and making them, giving them personality, why would somebody playing them be interested in them? Okay, now I'm going to lighten them up just a little bit. We're going to add a little bit more white to it. This is my number line style of painting, where we take a color and we add negative and positive notes to it, meaning by adding white and or black to it. Okay, we'll do a little bit there, and then the bottom of those are done. If these turn out great, it's your fault, Mark. Just remember that. That's what hobbies are for, man. We're here to uplift each other. And that's one thing that wasn't available when I was starting doing hobby stuff. 130. You basically were figuring stuff out in a vacuum, you know. And this. And there's just different attitudes I have now than when I first started. Like when I first started, I'm like, oh, I don't want to do faces, and I'm like, I can't wait to do faces because that puts a personality on the figure. That brings them to life. Painting faces is like rolling dice. Right? People are like, oh man, I don't want to play this game because it involves die roll and I could roll bad. I said, every time you have a game where you can roll the dice, that's an opportunity for greatness. Personally, I like doing U.S. vehicles. Yep, I like doing everybody's vehicles. Wouldn't the U.S. headlights have blackout covers on? They would just have a slit for light to shine out. Certain depends on the vehicle. Certain vehicles have them. Certain vehicles don't. If the vehicle is molded with them not having them, then I'm going to paint them like they don't have them because it allows you to add something of personality to the vehicle. You know, you won't want to stand in the corner. At least you get to stand. It's bending over in the corner that's the problem. Who's that guy bent over in the corner? Ah, so you do think he's cute. Now, you know, it has a little bit of a very slight of Thomas the Tank Engine feel to it, but I like it. And a hell of a lot better than how it was before. We'll take a group photo when we're done. And this brush is freaking stellar. And it's just a cheap ass, fine touch one from Hobby Lobby. But not all brushes are created the same. And I'm a big fan of liners. So yeah, I actually prefer the vehicles with the headlights out. God, those things look rough. God, that gas 67 is just really. It looks like it's taken some damage. I'm happy with that. Thank you. Might be a little harder to paint headlights 15 millimeter. I like Army Painter's Psycho and Insane Detail brushes for 15 millimeter stuff. I'm just I've never bought any of their brushes. I'm just too everybody like, oh, you gotta get one of those. You gotta get one of those. You gotta get one of those brushes from the Windsor and Newton. I'm like, first of all, they're $20. Second of all, nobody here in town has them, and I'm not gonna buy a brush sight unseen because, as you know, not all brushes are the same. Some of them are already, warped or something like that by having them look a certain way inside the in the package. All right, I've got to use the little boy's room. I will be right back in a moment. And I got to get my Coke habit again. Everybody has a habit. I actually don't drink much of this stuff. I just always have to. I do a lot of talking. What's this Opal Blitz doing over here? Get your ass on out of here. Okay, Jeep 1 and Jeep 2. Do they have taillights? They do, but I need to let me repaint that area around the pencil mount so that this will be dry when I come back to this. I'd like to just finish something all the way through, but it's just not possible sometimes. So we don't need a whole lot of paint, and I don't mind it being a look. This ammo paint is great for airbrushing. I airbrush directly out of it. It's not good for hand brushing, where I need to soak up some of the moisture it has. And I know better than to just use it straight like that. Let's bring some of it over here. Mix some black in it, because we did that when we did this. And a bit more. Okay, now let's take this turret off. And it stays wet a lot longer than I would have liked. So I'm not a huge fan of it for hand painting. Now, I may actually not be able to do this because it's still too wet. we will see. Yeah, it's still too wet. I don't want it to blend on there. There needs to be a little bit of contrast on there. Okay, so back to sleep. All right, now back to the Jeep. Yeah, I'm really happy with those headlights. And if I wasn't, I could castigate the person who's guilty of it. World War II Jeep back. And I know this, I'm not sure whether this is aftermarket or not. Oh, this one actually has Ford written on it. It has an entrenchment tool there at the back. You know, I could add little details to them. I'm just not going to because okay, so the real headlight is this one that's down here at the bottom. And it looks like it does have a cover on it. I don't know that I'm going to cover it like that. Let's get a tiny little bit of red. Flat red will work. Let's mix some black in with a red. Make our negative color, as I like to call it. Same thing on this one. I didn't do that on this. It's gonna have tail lights now, pal. Okay. It's an opportunity to give these drab vehicles a little bit of color somewhere. And then you can use yellow or not. I'm just fine using white. It's just a tiny little speck. It doesn't really matter. Just at the top. Alright, now we can glue this down. Now I'm going to use super glue, even though that's against my grain to do that. But we're going to be uber careful with it. Donde está? I don't believe I put it away, did I? Maybe I did. We're not going to put any underneath the actual thing. We're just going to glue it where it attaches. Actually, there is some wiring there. And then we'll get to do something. No, not yet. So we're going to do something cool. No, not yet. Probably shouldn't have done that, but nothing a little touch of paint can't fix. Or no touch of paint at all. We still haven't sealed it. We actually haven't sealed any of these, so there's a tiny little shiny spot that'll disappear, and that way we have a decal inside of there. Oh, forgot to add scratches. Oh, we can add them later. Okay, 2 Jeeps. This thing dry yet? The guard shanty, man. The guard shanty. That's what I want. That's what I want to do. Okay, we still have to weather that. So now we have a little hole that 50 cal can drop into. Nice. What's this fully built vehicle doing? Well, that's cool. I went back and retrofitted those Soviet vehicles. Thank you. Just like I should go back and put the I've got a set of like extra like backpacks and stuff on the side of these half tracks, and I have it. And by the way, this is a Corgi die cast. Once I thought it was close to 1/72nd, and if it's not the same damn size of the body as this one that's a 1/72nd, I'll be damned. I mean, it's almost exact. The only thing different is this is the new Viejo olive drab color, so it's a little bit more green. I like using them both. I like mixing them in. It gives them personality. Some of my Shermans are in either color, are in one. Some of them are in the other. Just gives them personality. Okay, folks, all 5 of you guys, guard shanty time. Now I still have to glue the little halt, look for your papers thing on there. So, but I decided to glue this first because I prefer to glue everything. As a general rule, I prefer to glue everything and then paint everything instead of like do one in between the other. So I found some pictures of this online, and I thought in my mind it's just red and white, but it's actually red, white, and black. Or there's examples of it, red, white, and black. Can I get in my phone, please? Thank you. It's me. Let me in. If you look at World War II German guard shack, you know, we're going for something similar to that. And I have no problem painting lines. It's going to be close. It's going to take a while. But oh, look, here's one that's somebody painted from Amazon. Here's one. Or you can just do black and white. I don't know, the red just, it adds something. And there's black and white pictures of it being 3 colors. Here's a colorized one. That needs a flag next to it that has a crooked spider on it. That, you know, we won't show on film because that creates issues for me. I don't think it's issues for any of my viewers. You guys know how I feel about those crooked spider folks. Fucks? Yeah. Crooked spider fucks. But I was like, maybe I could pop that off. No, it's too late to make. I made a decision. I gotta lie with it. Okay, we're going to do the inside in natural wood. All right, so we're going to, and we're going to be flip-flopping between these two. And I actually need one more thing to do on these is we need to do a black line in certain areas, which I really enjoy doing, especially with linoleum oil because it's easy to solve. Actually, with this one, to make some of the details pop, I actually thinned down some black paint and painted it also in there because that way you can see that a little bit more. And I haven't done that always. I'm still kind of evolving the way I do things. If you look at this really ugly vehicle that I did, this RSO, God, this thing is ugly as shit. This RSO pack, it doesn't have any black lining on it at all. And it really could use it. So, you know, I don't mind going back and tinkering with things, you know, like this one. But this is such an ugly vehicle, but we can improve it. That thing was a pain to put together too. Oh, so this has a pack 40 that you can turn around, but the problem is it's not balanced well. So I drill it out, put a couple rare earth magnets, and then we got a gun that always stays on there and can go. And I thought that's what I was going to do with this, with the M15, but I decided not to because it actually goes together really well and it's balanced. So. What Mark saith, when did World War II reenacting my German group? When I did World War II reenacting, my German group built one of those guard shacks to set up at the camp entrance. Very cool. Was it 3 colors or was it 2? So, base color brown on the inside, darkened. I could just use that SS Camo black, but it's almost too dark. Chocolate brown, maybe? Maybe. Let's try that. And we're going to just slop it in there. And I'm not concerned because this is not my first rodeo. We did the 2-color version to save time. Ah! Well, we will do the 3-color version. I mean, if I wanted to use it for other nationalities, then I probably wouldn't do black, white, and red. But this is going to be a exclusive German one. Hope you like that sound. You're going to be hearing it a lot. Yeah. You get free ASMR here, man. Sorry I couldn't be cuter. One of those ASMR girls. I didn't even know that was a thing. And the only reason I know that is you get suggestions like I'm not even interested in this. I mean the girl's really cute, but I'm not into that kind of stuff. I mean just with one color, it looks freaking great. But that's not me. That's the person who decided to do this 3D printing. They did a really good job with it. What color is the roof, by the way? We had a hilarious time checking papers and quoting World War II movies and such. So you played a Nazi in real life. I know not all German soldiers are Nazis, but that keeps me. I'd rather err on that side than be one of those people that, like on those posts, and I don't make this up. I found stuff where, and I'd like to think that they're all trolls, but really, are there that many trolls? These guys that were saying stuff like, oh, the defenders of Europe. Like, really? The Germans, I guess I missed that class where the Germans were defending Europe. Like, well, you don't get to be the defender of Europe when you start a fucking war by invading other countries. Among other things. Oh, I want to see what color the roof was. And I may make my own color just because I want some contrast there. And I've never done one of these, but I got a fucking clue. Okay. I know what we're doing. Okay. So, we've done that. We'll let that dry a little bit. Rinse it. We got red, we got black, and we've got white. So on one hand, I can just leave the black stuff the color that it is and paint the other two colors on there. But the black is the easiest color to deal with. So I don't want to do that. And I do want to weather the white. So what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to dry brush the entire thing in an off-white color. And then finally, it's going to take a long time, but it's going to look stellar. Because I've done shit like this before. And I actually don't mind this stuff taking a long time. Because it's therapeutic. The only problem with things taking a long time is when you think they're going to be quick and they're not. And actually, I'm going to do the unexpected for me. I'm going to dry brush this in the darkest color that the white sections are ever going to be in. And for that, I think we're going to use a light gray, maybe a medium gray. Medium sea gray. You've been German and British. More often than not, though, I did 81st Pennsylvania Volunteers with your war club. I love wargaming, but if there was only Civil War wargaming, I wouldn't do any wargaming. I just do not care about the American Civil War. I'm sorry. It's the period. It's the everybody's American. Like, I'm already American. Thank goodness. I'm not embarrassed to be American. I'm glad that I was fortunate enough that my dad came here. But I don't like American history. Yeah, we'll get some of this slop out of here. And we're not going to use scoop some of this out. Get this turd of paint. It's rather dry. That's actually beneficial if you're going to dry brush. I'm going to take this opportunity to scoop the whole turd out. Call in the septic, people. If only a septic tank would smell this good. Well, it just has no smell. I have a septic tank for the first time in my life, so that's going to be fun when we have to clean it. I don't know anything about that. All right. Let's see how this goes. Now here, the 3D printing lines, I think help. Because it makes it look like it's made of wood. And that's what we want. Because it is. I went to Gettysburg with Mitch several years ago and went to Historicon. I told my wife, I said, I'm never taking you to a battlefield site again. I said, why not? I said, because I was bored. And I can only imagine how bored she would be. Now, there's parts of it that are cool. I mean, Little Round Top was cool where they had, like this regiment started here and this one started over there. But the fact that there's so many trees that are there now that weren't there before and things like that is just kind of a shame. You can't really, you got to kind of squint your brain to see exactly what you're looking at. And anyway, so I'm like, honey, I'm not taking you to this. I'm not taking you to battlefield site. Which she would have hated to go to anyways, just because it's something historical, but anything. That looks fucking great. It looks fucking great. Yeah! Oh yeah! I didn't want to lay it on too thick because I did want some of this dark showing. And it looks like it's made of wood. See, right now it's an outhouse. Okay, so we need to avoid that outhouse feel. A Scheisse house. Scheisse house. Okay. Good thing about building a German bathroom is you don't have to make urinals. I was surprised to find that out. I don't know if it's true or not, but they actually make a book about it, so. There's a book about it, so it must be true. I actually confirmed it with somebody who's been to Germany. It's like, yeah. Okay. We're going to finish the inside completely before we go to the outside, I think. because we're going to have to slop some stuff on the inside, and we don't want to mess up the outside. But the outside is going to involve some planning, which I don't mind doing. I think I'm pretty good at it. And I'm probably going to do less stripes than you see in those pictures, because there's a lot of freaking stripes on there. Okay? And not only is that harder to do, but takes longer. And sometimes just, I don't mean I'm going to do 2 stripes. I mean, but we could do 8, not 16 or something like that, MP Monoplastic. Welcome back, man. From the land of cork. Yeah, see here, if we're gonna count up the side, see, this is the kind of stuff I actually enjoy doing, and I don't want to do it afterwards, because then it's too late. But if you look at the side of this, obviously it's a different shape, right? And we don't count this white one because it's gone into the dirt a little bit. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. 18 layers. That's too many. It looks better if it has less. So if you look at this one's pretty reasonable. Now this is an STL file for a guardhouse. And this seems to have, if we start at the bottom, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then the white one at the very top. Now they zigzag, so it means that the high point is in the middle. The high point's in the middle. And if we take, say, the side view of this, and you look at, say, white, how many white stripes are in there? There's 2. So there's only 2 in this big area. If you don't count this little diamond at the bottom. So I think I'm going to use this as my guide, because it has a reasonable amount of, oh, this one looks good too. This one has more. That one looks good. We got 4 yellow. We got 4 white ones and 4 red ones and 4, as opposed to 2. All right, let me look at that. Let me look at that. I think I like this one better. It's more work, but I like it better. All right, so I'm going to go visit this page. Let's zoom in. Take a snapshot. All right, now we're going to keep this snapshot over here. And it doesn't have to be exactly the same, but this is my inspirational corner here. You're working on a Tiger 172nd from Revell, the campaign of the Africa Corps. Excellent. What color are you going to use for the yellow? Because that's tricky. Or are you going to do one of those olive ones? This is just inspiration. So I think what I'm going to do is, and I might actually do a different number of colors here than the other one. Okay, the other one didn't have enough. The other one had 2 stripes of the white. This one has 4. So I may do 3. So let's see what happens. So what I'm going to do is, I'm not going to use pencil. Sorry, Hellcat, you're going to have to wait a little bit. I'm not going to use pencil. What I like to do is, we're going to use white, and we're going to kind of sketch it, because it's easy to fix. Actually, let's use black. And the reason I'm going to use black is because this was already black, and I dry brushed this color on it. So if I need to fix anything, it'll be easy to fix. Okay? So I may need this, which is a really useful item that I bought by accident. I didn't buy it by accident. I bought it for something, and I have a whole lot more of it than I need for it. That was for me uh, the airbrush cleaner formula somebody did. It's Liquitex Flow Aid. That's really good for if you're trying to paint some really thin lines. And we're going to get some black out here. And of course we're going to need water, because if you use too much of the Flow Aid, it breaks down the pigment in the black. It doesn't work great. Some is good. Too much is, you don't have, if you look at the instructions, just use 1 part for every 20. I'm like, no. Nobody's got time for that. So we're not doing that. But I'll use it 1-to-1. I just need to use it somewhat sparingly, or it'll behave weird. So we're going to delineate where these stripes are going to go using black. And the reason why I'm doing black is because it's easy to cover. Okay? You're using the Sand 804-847 Vallejo. Shit, I gotta look that up, man. I like stuff like that. I'm sure I have it. Because, well, I had them all, and then they created a bunch of extra flavors. Extra flavors? Yes. They're all extra flavors, but they taste the same. What? 70847 Vallejo. Dark sand. Arena Oscura. Okay. Is that this one? Yep. Using this one. I had it right here. Let me know if you need some. Where's my guard shack here? Guard shack. How's that go again? Little old place where we can check your papers. Okay. All right. So the whole thing is to sketch things out before you start going in the wrong direction. Okay? And this is the same way if you're doing like heraldry, which I'm not in a hurry to paint 15 millimeter, but I would love to paint more heraldry because I live on that shit. Okay, and that's how it is. You just got to sketch things out. You got to put things, line things up so that you're not done and you're like, it's great, but it's off to one side. So same thing with this. Okay, we're going to use our black paint to delineate where the center line is going to be of these lines. And I can do stuff with a paintbrush that I can't do with a lead, because the problem is the lead is one thickness. You can't adjust the thickness. It's whatever you have. Why? How the hell did I get white on here? How the hell did I get white on here? So we don't need this to be very bright. We just need to do it. All right. So we're going to go, and I have to assume what the back of it looks like. But I have to make a judgment call on how far it goes up for the width. So at first glance, it looks like it goes up half as high for the width. So in other words, it's this wide and it goes half the height difference. It doesn't have to be exact. But I'm going to start with the back so that there's kind of a pattern. So we're going to take the first line, and it's going to go up. See, this has lines on it, so it's handy. So we're going to start at the bottom corners, and we're going to go up 1, 2, 3, 4. Not 5, I think 4. I got one better. I got one even better than this. No, we're going to use paint. We want to use paint. I'm going to drop a line, as I like to say. Sorry, I've been surveying. And we're going to drop a line. There. I'm going to do the same thing on these other ones while I'm at it. Doesn't have to be perfect. It'll be perfect enough. Okay? Now, we're going to go up 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. And I'm not worried about what color is what color at this point. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. Okay, so I got kind of a pattern of what we're going to do there. And it looks good. I can look at it at a distance, be like, okay, that looks like we're on the right track. Okay, so if I end up doing a color centered on where those lines are, and the other color, whatever color that might be, centered on the space between those said lines, how many colors am I going to have? Well, divide by 3, that's how many you have. So I would have one color here, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So it's going to be about 3. Okay? So this is about what I want to do. All I have to do is make the space between these two the same thickness of them. So in other words, take this space and split it between two of them. And that'll be about the right thickness anyways. So we're on the right track. All right? So it seems like that 4 is a good number. So let's carry it around to the other sides as well. The whole purpose is not to get halfway through one side and be like, I did this wrong. I laid it out wrong. Let me start over. And this is the stuff that you learn by just screwing yourself many times. You just realize, like, it's just not going to work out, you know? So we're going to start here at the bottom. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to go here. And we're going to go to the corner. And we're going to do the same thing, go to the corner. More or less. We're going to make those lines wider as we go anyways, okay? So it doesn't have to be centered necessarily on that. That's the stuff you can kind of wing a little bit, all right? 1, 2, 3, 4. We got another one here. One, two, three, four. Got another one there. Another one there. And then let's go up the side. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this other one's going to come around here, even though we're not going to see the middle of it. We need a little bit darker than that. It's going to disappear. And the same way here. And then 1, 2, 3. Okay, you're not going to be able to see anything up here, even though there is other stuff. I'm going to come in and I'm going to darken that. And this is super thin. So I'm not covered. If I have to, like, okay, this didn't work out and I have to paint over the whole thing, you wouldn't be able to tell that I was even here. Nothing is here. So there we have our outline. And I'm going to do the same thing on the back. Meaning we're gonna darken it up a little bit. Okay. And now we'll do the same thing on this side. However, I noticed that my center line isn't necessarily in the center. So we're going to adjust that now. Next diorama with SLC Mayale with crew, with stairs, both kits. I'm not sure what the heck all those codes are, man. Mayale, I've never heard of that before. Is that modern? Liners also make it a lot easier to drop a line vertical. Yeah, it's all about planning. It's all about planning. And I'm telling you, Harold, I've learned a lot in the last 20 years. From other people, and also, you want to get really crazy? I just thought about this. Split this in half and have this black line end, and where it ends here in the middle, it turns into a red one. Whoa! Crazy quilt, you know? But, yeah. It's all about pacing yourself. And realize, I don't have to get this, it doesn't have to be finished today, you know? So same thing, we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. One, two, three, four. One, two, three, four. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. And let's thicken that a little bit. And just confirm, we've got the third one goes to the top there. Yep, it's consistent. Now, if I wrote papers like this, I could write papers, but I don't because I just don't want to do all the pre-planning. But that's what it is. It's just pre-planning. So I'm going to take a picture of this so you guys can see this. I've never done this before, but like I said, I've got a clue. I know, I should do a video on how to do this. I don't want to spend the time editing it. If you don't want all my free secrets, then don't watch my live videos. Actually, I could do better than that. There we go. And it's super, super thin. So what we're going to do is, let me explain this now that it's big. I'll show you the other sides as well. And it doesn't matter that it's rough like that, okay? Because what we're going to do is, we're going to take, let's zoom in really big. And I do this, I like talking this aloud because it helps coach myself and keep myself on an even keel so I don't like forget to do something, okay? There's going to be a color that's centered on this black line. There's going to be a color that's centered, and there's going to be another color that's centered on this black line. There's also going to be a color in between those two lines. Now, the color that's there does not matter at this point. It's all about spacing, making the lines the same thickness or close, because even on the actual guard shack, they're not even the same thickness. Oh, What's this, a message? Ah, okay, well, we'll check on that in a second. So you're going to have a color here, you're going to have a color here, and you're going to have a color in between them. So what we're going to do is once we decide what color this is going to be, we're going to expand this so it takes up half of this space. And we're going to do the same thing with this color. And the space between it is what color we're going to paint between them. All right? And I can tell you the first color I'm going to pick will not be white. It's probably going to be black. That first one's going to be black. So then it would be like white. And then it would be like red. And then it would be, ooh, is it every third? Or is the space between the black and the red white? And if that's the case, that means the space in between them will be the white one. It's not every other one. There's not a white in between each one. It's literally like okay. All right, well, we need to kind of use that as a guide. I need to deal with something. Just 1 second. Okay. So it's a recurring pattern. It's not a. Where did it go? I hate having a million things open. God, it'd be so much easier if I could do the white in between the two colors. So in other words, you'd have black, white, red, white, black, white, red, black, you know, like the white in between each one. But it would look different. Is there an example of any one of those? Because I want to see what it looks like before I go down that rabbit hole and realize I don't like that. And what that would allow me to do is I would basically be painting white on top of this base color. So that would be helpful. German, Guard, Shack, World War II. Let's see if there's any examples of what I just described. Because I'd like to see it, and of course I could do it. It would look just fine. I mean, hell, I could do this. And just make all those lines black, and then the stuff in between white. But I want the three colors. But is it like, is it like a, what do you call it? Like a snake. Like it's... No. The black and the red touch. No doubt about it. Okay, well that's fine. I don't have a problem doing it that way. Yeah, because it's basically the old imperial flag. Okay, that's fine. We can do that. Serpentine. Serpentine! All right. So if this one is black, then white's going to be down there, and there's going to be a little window of red. That's fine. So if this one's black, then it's got to be red next to it, and then we got white on the first one. All right. So let's. Again, I think the secret is going to be do this thin. So now I'm going to expand. Let's do the back. We're going to expand this. Man, this is really time consuming. Yeah, but how many of these do I have to paint? One. Now this one's also going to be bigger. So let's say it goes up to about here. I need to make these lines a little bit wider than that so that there's less fill in. Let's think about this a little bit. Let's think about this a little bit. Yeah, I know what I'm going to do. We're going to do all the stripes, every other one in black. Because the importance, first and foremost, more than the color, more than painting it, is that the stripes are the correct shape and of the correct sizes. So if there ends up being a black stripe that I have to paint white in its place, that's fine. The important is that we have them the right size. So we're going to do every other one. We're going to make sure that all of the stripes are the right size. That's also going to be the quickest. Now, one thing that's unusual that I have to worry about, that I've never had to worry about it, because this is 3D printed, there's some grain in here. So I can't go too thin on the paint or it's going to travel down that grain. And then I just have to do some cleanup, but at this point, I'm pretty convinced this is going to turn out pretty freaking stellar. So a normal person would be, I'm not a normal person, not that there was any doubt in that, would just use a bigger brush. But I'm not allowed as many errors using a bigger brush as I'm trying to keep the size correct and the spacing on these lines correct. You guys watch that video from Little Wars that just dropped about a couple days ago about the Rome, the extra seasons of Rome? I saw that the other day. It's quite interesting. Now starting to build a V-150 Commando. That's a good looking vehicle. From Trumpeter. The LSC is a torpedo driving by two drivers. Oh, okay. That Moss thing, right? Human torpedo, except they're smart enough to get out. Not like ride all the way to the end like the Japanese. Stay on the ground. Tony, did you see someone makes a little guard doghouse to go along with a full-size one, 28 millimeter? I did not. Now, why do I need a little German Shepherd? If I had a little German Shepherd, what would his name be? Fritz. Next question. Helmut. How do you say German? How do you say German? How do you say German in German? How do you say dog in German? I feel like I know what it is, but I'm not supposed to know any. You know, I only know Blitzkrieg German, and there's no dogs in Blitzkrieg. News drop that is going to be a Chain of Command 2.0 was tried out at Ebor Land yesterday. Oh, they want you to buy more books. Did they get away from using a D6? Hund! Okay, there we go. Hund. That's right, Schweinhund. I don't know when you use the oh boy participle. No, I shouldn't say participle. I hated diagramming sentences. When you use das something or when you use der something, I do not know, because I figured das is single. Right? Like one thing. Is der multiple things? I don't know. I just drink the I just paint the tanks and drink the beer. The land of beer. Sorry, Britain, you guys get toys. You're fortunate. A lot of you guys have crossed the pond like, oh, English beer's better. Okay. You keep thinking that. Hey, you guys get scotch, man. Don't worry about beer. You guys have the scotch. Whiskey's with the E and without. You got this. Don't worry about the beer that the Germans have. And you guys have winning world wars. That's more important. And you have beans and toast. What else do you want? The pinnacle of civilization, beans and toast. I'm going to have to take a food break. I'm going to have to take a food break, but man, I'm on a freaking tear. Well, the easy way out would have just to make this black and white, but I like the fact that it has red. Schnitzel und Sauerkraut, yeah. There's this little place in Tampa that's basically looks like a sports bar. That's what it looks like. But you walk in there and the place, it feels like a make-believe Germany. It's really cool place. And we went there. Yes. So I gotta be careful. Those are getting too close. That's good distance is good, but we can't make that distance any smaller. So we just need to replicate that on the other ones. And my daughter goes, I usually get like some kind of a Reuben type sandwich. And my daughter got like real German food. Like, I was like, damn, you like that? I'm like, I was proud of her. I'm like, good for you. Let's see if I got a picture of it. I'll put a picture of my daughter on the internet. It's not inappropriate. Let's see. I could do the picture and not show my daughter. How about that? Yeah, she ate like the real stuff, man. There we go. Not that it's a bad picture of my daughter, just, some of you weirdos might come by. Not you. You guys are alright. I've figured you guys out. Gotta go. You guys have a great weekend. You too, man. I have a 28mm guard shack from Sarissa that I got as part of a 200 hours starter bundle. What's that game like? Because somebody's running it in our con, and I didn't play in it on purpose. I figured, it's World War II. It's not going to be anal retentive enough for me. I was going to paint it in two-tone gray, but the road checkpoint colors look great. Yeah, we're going to kick this thing out of the park. We're going to kick this out of the park. I can do better, so I'm going to. But it takes some planning. This brush is freaking stellar. I see what's going on here. It's got crick crock just a little bit. Let me see. The bottom of here is the bottom of there. This one goes below it. I really shouldn't be doing that one. How's this one? That one's also crick crock a little bit. Okay. This looks good. Okay, cool. That goes across to there. Okay, this one goes across to there. Okay, cool. This one goes to the bottom of there. This one goes to the bottom of there. All right, and then the top is there and there. We need to shorten that one a little bit. And this goes to the bottom of there, and this one goes to the bottom. Okay, you just gotta babysit this thing a little bit, not let it get out of control. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to start putting the touches. So if we leave this one black, where it's at, then the gap is going to be red, and then this one is going to be white. Okay, so this is going to be black, this is going to be red, that's going to be white, then this is going to be black, then this one's going to be red, then this one's going to be white, right? Black, red, white. And that's perfect, because I kind of want to redo this one a little bit, tinker with it a little bit. Okay. Then after white, we got black again. Okay. And then we have red, and then we have white. So this will be the actual white that we'll do in between. Okay, cool. All right. So let's tinker with the gap. Right. So this is black. Red's in the middle. White. So we're going to do white next. All right. Yeah, they're putting on a game. Somebody's putting on a game at our show at the end of this month, and there's 2 hours or something like that. I'm like, I don't know what that is. Well, now you told me. It's like a commando thing or something like that. But I've got to go brighter than this gray in the middle, or it's going to look wrong. So in other words, I'm not doing the next stripe over. I'm going to skip and make that one the same thickness as this black one, or close to it. We need to go brighter than this. We need to go brighter than this color here. This is taking a long time, but it's going to be worth it. Okay, we can expand it if we need to. Which means white's going to be down here. There's going to be a white color here and a little pocket of red. Okay, so this is going to be red in here, which means this is black, and then this is red, which means this one's white. Has interesting system for dealing with stealth attacks. Yeah, I didn't sign up for it. I figured I'd probably find some fault with it. It's World War II, man. It's my religion. Oh, that's a coffee cup with nothing in it. All right, I'm going to have to take. Anyway, so we're going along. You know what? Before I take a break, let's pull some red out here. Flat red will work fine. And at least get kind of a glimpse of what's coming. I didn't blackline the Jeeps, man. I needed to do that. Everything here just takes a long time. Everything just takes a long time. The important thing is not have this attitude or this impression that it's going to be quick when it's not going to be. Okay, here's my red. Red's here in the middle. Okay, and this is black, which means this one's red. And then that one is black, which means this one's red. That's how we're going to do it. We just need to, and this one that doesn't have any color in it, that's actually a black one. And that's how we're going to need to do is just expand those lines so that they're all somewhat even sized. But it's going to take a while. It's going to take a long time. And you know what? I can hold off waiting a little bit. Let's go ahead and blackline these Jeeps. Because we talked about that. Let's show that. Nolan oil, do we have one open? We do, don't we? Hello? Is this Nolan oil? It is. It's just kind of hard to see when it's more than a few inches away from me. Take this thing off completely. Oh man, that line between the cushion and the back. Oh my God, that looks good. I know some people like will coat this entire thing in like gloss and then use an enamel. I'm like, that's too many steps. Okay, I'm happy with this. That's way too much. If I was doing one vehicle, okay. Now the grill is the biggest candidate of this right here. Damn, this little guy's cute. No, I don't worry about the bottoms. I also don't worry. I normally don't worry about the tires. Figure if there's anything that's dark in there, it'd probably be hidden. But as soon as I say that, I'm doing stuff on the tires. Just wanted all these cool details to pop. Damn, that looks cute. Okay, we're going to, we will come back probably at some point after lunchtime. But this kind of gives you an idea of how we're going to do the guard shack. It's gonna take a while. But that's okay. I only have one to do. So use a homebrew wash, black temper paint. Mix 1 to 3 with water and a couple drops of dish soap to break the elasticity of the water. I'm just lazy and I have some of this stuff. Always getting on to me like, man, you need to what do you call it? You need to delegate stuff. And I'm like, okay, so I choose to delegate that. Because I need somewhere to store it too. So, all right, folks. But I did do a homebrew wash for my bricks, and it worked incredible, especially with the cheap paint, because the cheap paint was very, very flat. So that worked really, really well. Okay, folks, thanks for stopping by, and we'll see you guys on the next one.